It is 6:30. We will call the Dayton Planning Commission meeting to order. First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. And with that, we'll just move into a quick roll call since we do have an absence.
Sarah Van Asten.
Darren Brown.
Peter DeMuth.
Paul Crossland.
All right. We got a quick, just item number 3, roll of the Planning Commission. It's on the agenda for folks to read. Not going to read through it, just pointing it out. Number 4, item 4, approval of agenda.
So moved.
Second.
John, any changes to the agenda?
Nope, we're missing our consultant, so when we get to number 2, we might need to
Might need to
adjust.
might need to punt one item. Okay. All right. With that, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Item 5, consent agenda. All we have on consent agenda is meeting minutes from October 3rd.
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Brown, a second from Crossland. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes, well, all those opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Item number 6, moving into open forum. Anyone here for open forum? And just to remind, open forum is public comments limited to 3 minutes for non-agenda items. State your name, address, and no action will be taken tonight, but it will be taken under consideration. Come on forward.
I can take that. Thank you.
My name is Marcia Grover, and I live at 11320 from Brook Lane. I'm here to talk about the DCM project. Again, I'm here to remind you that a gas station, convenience store is not needed for the DCM neighborhood. Remember, there are already 4, soon to be 5 gas stations within a 5-mile radius of this location. 4 of them sell groceries. There's one by the elementary school, one by Target, one by the trailer park, one on 113th, and soon one to be on 94. A person's car does not even warm up before they get you there. Why would you possibly think that the south end of town needs 6 gas stations and the north end doesn't even get 1 is beyond me. The city needs a gas station convenience store anywhere. It's by the old village. That's where you should be planning one. Those residents on the north end of town have nothing but a bar and a liquor store up there. But of course, that would actually take some real planning, something I'm convinced you maybe are unable to do. Who among you at any time there has spent any time there other than at Dayton Heritage Days? And according to a poll that the city paid for, a significant number of residents of this town don't even go up there for that. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Dean spoke about putting a daycare center in there also. You realize there's already a daycare center, kitty corner across the street at the church, and they're always advertising that they have openings. Also, I've contacted the Pollution Control Agency and the State Board of Health. They advise me that there are very stringent rules regarding a gas station next to private wells. If you think that 5 gas stations and convenience stores is not enough just for the south end of the city, as well as having Target right there, and that the city needs another one placed right next to homes where the citizens get their drinking water from the groundwater, then you must follow those rules exactly, nothing less, and I'll be right there to make sure that Mr. Dean, the gas station owner, and especially the city, follows those rules. I also want to remind you that you are the planning commission. You're the ones getting paid to plan. Instead, you let the developers do all the work and you just sit back and roll with it and collect your money. Shame on you. Start planning positive things for this city and do your job.
Thank you for those comments, and they will be taken under consideration.
Clarify the role of the planning commission, or plan?
If you want to read what we have here, or? any
Yeah, I'd
comment?
just like to, refer back to the front of the agenda. The role of the planning commission is we're an advisory committee to the mayor. We actually are not paid beyond a small stipend per meeting.
I will correct that. Some of us are not even, I do not
Some
take
of us-
that.
Yeah, we denied the payment of $150 a year.
I denied it. I don't know about others, but I'll,
Yeah, so we're the ones that review applications that come in by developers to make sure they meet city codes and ordinances.
And you can recommend them to the city council.
We do.
So you need to be able to make those changes to the developer and say, this is not going to work.
That's correct.
Again, do your job.
all right. And when that application comes in, we will take it under scrutiny. Was there one other person? Thanks, Keith.
Hi, I'm Keith Grover, 11320 Fernbrook Lane. You just heard from my wife. So I'm not going to go over what she brought up because I agree with her 100%. But I'm talking about another issue that follows along those same lines. And the development that's done behind Dean's Manor to the south of 113th, that they're finishing up now with the building of the homes and stuff, all of the runoff water from those fields comes down across under 121, just south of Dean's Manor, runs along 112th, and then goes under 112th and along 112th on the north side, and then back across private property to exit. When those fields were there, we would see runoff from those fields when it rained. If you had heavy rains, sometimes you would see quite a bit. But a few days after the rain, those runoffs would not be there anymore. It would stop. During the drought that we had this summer, that water never stopped running from those holding ponds across under 121 and across the adjacent properties. And I think that the city, I'm not sure, who did the water study or the runoff study on that property, but they really screwed it up. But I don't know where all this water's coming from, other than it's coming off from the paved streets from that whole development. They run into those two holding ponds. You would think the water in a holding pond would be held there. That's the reason for a holding pond. But those holding ponds shed water all summer long, even when we didn't have rains. And when it rains, of course, then you get more. So it makes that whole field in the corner there, one that I'm lucky enough to have the owner let me cut hay on, non-usable. Now, this year, the county did come out after some complaining to them. I'm not sure if you guys had anything to do with that or not, but the county came out and they cleaned out by the culvert, they cleaned along 121, and they actually cleaned several hundred feet of Dayton's ditch along 112th that we should have done, but we didn't. They did that for us, all the way up to the culvert that crosses under 112th and goes north and then runs along the north side of 112th. The water runs freely to that point, again, which shouldn't be happening because we shouldn't have that runoff in the first place, but they can't get under the culvert until it gets to a very high level under 112th. That's Dayton's property, that's Dayton's issue. The whole ditch along the north side of 112th doesn't flow right at all. It used to be, it's Hillary McNallen's yard, but he used to be able to mow that property, and it's wet all the time now. It never used to be like that. Something we did with that development really screwed up the watershed there, and we know that blacktop doesn't absorb water. bean fields, hay fields, corn fields, they suck up a lot of water. But my idea, and I thought the whole process was, and I thought the rules were, that the water coming off that property couldn't be more than what it was before. It clearly is more. When you go through the two and a half months of drought like we had this year, and that water continued to flow during that whole time, it's never been like that before. So I think we really need to look into how we're dealing with water runoffs from these developments that are coming. The new development that my wife was talking about, that includes the, potential gas station and all that stuff on the north side of 113th, also really bothers me, because the holding pond that they're planning on, at least the initial plans, is right across the street from our house. And if that holding pond isn't any better than the other two holding ponds that you got for the other half of that development, I think we're going to have some real issues with that also. That water from that field runs across under 121 about 250 feet north of my house, and then goes across and behind and joins up with the other one I was talking about off from the other development. So I really think we need to look hard at how we're dealing with that water that's coming off from these properties. And I don't know anything about any of the other developments in the town, whether they're having issues with that. All I can tell you is I've lived in Dayton since 1962. I drove that field with my motorcycle when I was a kid. I snowmobiled that field. I've been there, and I'm still there. I'm 72 years old now, right? I grew up over the hill on Elm Creek Road. That was always farmable fields, always. So whatever they did in that development really hurt the adjacent properties. I think we need to look real close about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else for open forum?
Hi there.
Hi.
I wasn't planning on talking, so, but they bring up some good points. Lee Hallquist, I live at 11471 Fernbrook Lane.
Thanks, Lee.
2 points I guess I want to make. One is this proposed location for another gas station is like 6 minutes from 3 other gas stations. Nobody's that desperate for bread that they can't go that far, and I just see, I hate to use the phrase NIMBY, but you guys ain't putting them in your backyards. You got all the nice developments and stuff, or rural property, and you're staying. It's not me. It's not going to affect me. Is kind of what we're hearing here, and that's probably all I need to say about that without being upset. The drainage problems. 2 years ago, when the Lee project was developed, I asked about drainage problems then. I got ignored. I'm asking about it now. What are the plans for drainage? My properties, I can go snorkeling in my basement if my generator isn't working and stuff. I just want to be sure that you guys are actually giving this some thought. And, Nick, who's not here to defend himself, said, well, we'll just put in more holding ponds and hope the water flows that way. That tells me he doesn't know anything about holding ponds. They're not to absorb groundwater that way. So I want to know that there's going to be a plan for drainage. And I don't think that's an unreasonable request here because it affects the value of my property. So, got it? You hear me? Okay. You have a good evening.
Thank you. Anyone else for open forum?
My name is Mike Netzinger. I live on 117th Avenue North in French Lake Road. I'm concerned about your concern about the Dayton community being invaded by industrial traffic on 117th Avenue North coming off the Dayton Parkway. And the other areas of, let's say, Graco, and if we want to call it when it comes to play, the cubes, and some other areas. We have right now an area of traffic that's unsurpassed that's ever been on the road before. I don't know if that road is even made for that tonnage of traffic coming through. But tonnage, I mean, you got a cement truck, and a cement truck I'm gonna say, if they don't have a permit, they're overweight. And if you guys, or the city council, or the police department isn't policing this, there's a mistake. Now, we've got all these houses going up on 117th. You all know them, there are tons of them. And there's children in these houses. What's gonna happen when one of these children move out into the street when a truck's coming by? And these trucks are quintaxle and triaxle, and I still say, I called the city of Dayton, they said, oh, it's okay. Because there's a 5-ton load limit on the axles. If you look and you have some state patrol out there checking the load limit, if they don't have a permit to be on those roads, they should not be on them. Along with the other semis that are coming up and down the road. So we got gravel trucks, dump trucks. We've got semis from, let's say, all the industries coming in that corner. Let's say Graco and some of the other ones, there's about 10 of them in there now. And they're all coming down these streets. Today I saw FedEx come down the street. I thought these were proposed roads that said truck drivers should take the necessary means to find the transportation off of residential streets. It's not happening. So my plan is for you to at least acknowledge that there is a problem here. I've never seen this much traffic in my life on that road. I've been there 30-some years. Never, ever has there been that much traffic. The best thing they ever did, at least they put a 4-way stop on French Lake Road and 117th Avenue North. But that doesn't stop the traffic. Slowed them down a bit. And if these trucks are not permitted and all overweight, then they're ruining your and our roads. I hope I got my point across, and I'm just disappointed that we can't reroute them to go down Fernbrook.
No.
I'm sorry, but I mean, that is a major highway. And I understand the no.
That was me, no.
I understand that. But they're coming down a residential avenue, not a highway. And if they're not permitted, they all should be ticketed. And you know what would happen? If the state patrol, I would love to call the state patrol and say, how many tickets do you want to issue? Because they would be able to issue almost every truck driver on that road tickets. At one point in time, it was classified as a no heavy equipment allowed on the road. I don't know what happened to that. I guess it just disappeared when they put the new road in, because it's such a good road now. I don't think it's a highway. It's never been, and I don't think it ever will be. But please make sure that you relay this information, take into contact with yourself as to how to plan this. City council should be saying, if they don't have permits, they're out of bounds, they're overweight. Let's make this right. Get these trucks to go different routes, which are highway routes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here for open forum? I know.
Dick Ryerson, and I also live on 117th, and I would certainly echo Mike's comments on the traffic. I have never seen so many 18-wheelers in front of my house, and I've lived there 50 years, and traffic is nuts going both directions. Wherever they can turn south, they can turn north, it doesn't matter, they're just going both directions. But my comment tonight is the extension of the Dayton Parkway, and I'd like to suggest a novel solution to the problem, and that is, why don't they just use the pre-existing roads that are already there And if you needed to make the corners a little bit rounder, you could take some property away from Dave Eggert's property, and I'm sure Mike wouldn't mind a quarter of an acre off of his corner, and also Leo Dean, I'm sure wouldn't hurt with a quarter of an acre off of his property just to make that road a little bit easier for the semis, if that's the plan, rather than the existing plan that I see. That's my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Is there place for written comment, if you don't want to speak?
I could take
Go ahead.
Scott Schutte, I live at 11980 East French Lake Road. I'll be up here later for Parkway, but just wanted to ask if there's any plans or consideration for making Territorial and East French Lake Road a three-way stop. When you pull up there, I've lived out there for 32 years, it's always been an issue. You cannot see west to the west on Territorial because of the landscape. You have to pull way beyond the stop sign to even peek out to see if there's anybody coming. The traffic coming from the west is typically speeding. That's a little judgmental, but it seems that they really come through there. When you pull out there now, you usually have, people run up on you on your back bumper. And if they're turning onto East French Lake Road, they always cut the corner, especially construction vehicles, maybe pulling a trailer. I've almost got the front end clipped many times sitting there trying to pull out, and a vehicle comes from the west, turns to the north. It seems like a good place for a three-way stop. It probably would have made more sense before you did the four-way stop at East French Lake Road and 117th. But it's, I think it's a safety issue, especially with the increased traffic down there.
So I'm gonna, just for your record, I'm gonna take that comment and put it under item 8E.
Okay.
Just, it is the Pulte neighborhood that's going in there, but I totally agree with you. I live right there.
Thank you.
Anyone else for open comment for non-agenda items? All right, with that, we will move into item 7, council update. John, I don't believe we have any council members,
Nope, well,
current
we'll have-
council members here.
Correct. Not yet.
All right. Any update from council on the last 3 agendas that is pertinent to planning?
If I thought long enough, I'm sure there's a handful. But we'll have more next month.
We'll expedite it since we're running behind and just review the minutes there. All right, item 8A, we got recommendation for approval to amend interim use permit of an event center for 16900 North Diamond Lake Road, also known as Fisher Farms.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Fisher Farms received an interim use permit in 2023 that was specific for tented events. The intention at that time was that when the applicant was ready to build a permanent building, then the IUP would be amended at that time. Now it's that time. So the applicant is proposing to build I want to say it's about a 9,000 square foot building in this location. Currently, the existing parking lot is here. This is North Diamond Lake Road, Lawndale. This is kind of the where tented events are occurred. This is an existing accessory building, and then these 2 buildings that are 2 sheds that are here are not shown on the map, but right about here, somewhere in this corner here. Let's see. Most of the issues that were addressed or that were discussed when this came out in 2023 have been addressed. A couple items is with the 2023 or the initial interim use permit, it did require a stormwater pond to be built. That is is still under construction. Also, I'm referring to a temporary access off of North Diamond Lake Road. Being that this is a county road, Hennepin County is the road authority. This is a temporary access that could be removed at any time. The intent is that when traffic gets too busy, then the access needs to be moved on to Lawndale over here. There is a driveway that is under construction that I believe ends halfway to Lawndale, I'm going to say. And at some point, we'll extend all the way to Lawndale for the permanent access road. The image in the lower left is the planned event center building. So once again, it's roughly 9,000 square feet. It will be required, once it's built, to meet with, or to comply with building codes and fire codes. There's the stormwater pond. And then the temporary access point. And I guess with that, I can stand for any questions. This is a public hearing, and we do have a number of staff that can answer questions.
Any initial questions for staff at this point?
Not at this point.
I guess I have one just before we get into it. During the IUP that was granted from 2023 to current, do we know of any complaints to the IUP that were officially filed?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Okay. So during their, to state it differently, during the last year of operations, they were compliant with everything that we had, as far as we know, they were compliant with everything we had relayed as a city to them.
Other than the stormwater pond is still under construction. And
But the stormwater pond was not needed for the IUP that was previously needed?
yes,
It was?
yes.
Okay.
So the stormwater pond serves the parking lot.
Oh, it's part of the parking lot, but not part of the temporary event structure
Correct.
that was previously there?
Yeah, so kind of what you're asking for is, are there any nuisance complaints? And as far as I know of, no, there
Yes,
has not.
okay. Well, and more than just nuisance complaints, but complaints against the original IUP that was issued to them for their temporary event center?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. All right, and with that, any other questions?
Not yet.
Okay, so it is 6:59. We will open the public hearing for Fisher Farms. Anyone who would like to come state their piece? Name and address for the record, please, and
Tom Olson, 11 Gaywood Drive.
thank you.
I know Mike and Amanda for the past 2 years now. I work over at Magnus, right across the street from Fisher Farms. And what I see them guys doing, they're doing a good job. They're doing everything for the community. And they bust their butts to make things, be sure things are right. And I'd rather see an event center go in there than like an apartment building, warehouses. So this would be good for the community. And they do a good job of what they do. And it's a nice place. And I think it'd be good for the community. It's like they did their trunk or treat, great crowd. So I think it's just, we don't compete with Mag, they don't compete with us. I'm not speaking for Magnus, I'm speaking for myself. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Covington, 14051 Lawndale Lane North. It's somewhat nearby there. I just had questions about the noise level that if a permanent building goes in. I just wanted to make sure it'll be quiet to the surrounding neighborhoods there. So I looked at the agenda packet, and it looks like it's a barn with two very big doors that slide on the front and the back. And so I'm curious if that, like during the summer, if the doors will be open and the amplified music will be coming out of there. And then I'm curious how that, relates to the city ordinance or about sound amplification systems not to be used outdoors after 8 p.m. If that's, if the doors are open, is that, equivalent to an outdoor, or is that allowed, kind of a thing? I just want to make sure that, hopefully the builder, the owner, is, nice to the rest of the residents around there. So, the question and just general.
Thank you. I think that's one we'll try to address for you.
Jerry Kramer, 14281 Lawndale Lane. I don't know the Fishers. I've never met them. I do live just to the west side of their property. And to be honest with you, I think this is a great idea. I'd love to see her build a building there and keep that property looking more like country and farm rather than looking out my window and seeing 60 houses. So I think it's a great idea, and I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Anyone else for open forum on this item? All right, at 7:03, I will close the public hearing. I'd like to invite the applicant forward. No, we have at least one question.
Yep.
So if not, maybe a few more.
I have a couple. So one of my first questions was about handicap parking accessibility, because it looked like all of the parking spots were there. There's the parking lot, and then there's the building, and there's kind of a trail to get there. So just wondering what your plans are, or if you're going to have dedicated handicap parking closer to the building that they don't have to go. I just wanted clarity on that.
So at the Fall Festival, we had 4 designated handicap parkings closer to the ticket booth area. There will be, once the building is built, we're actually going to do more of like a walking opening down at the other corner, closer to it, and then we'll have another path created. Probably end up moving a couple of trees just to make it work, but then we'll have handicap parking as well down at that end.
Okay. That was kind of my biggest thing. Have there been any, so there's you were asking about the water retention pond that's kind of in progress.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been any issues with flooding onto North Diamond Lake, or, okay.
No, not even in all the heavy rains we had in the spring.
I was going to say, this would be the testing year, because
Yes.
it went from drought to floods.
My parking lot didn't hold up very well, but it did not go out on the roads at all.
Okay. And then, this is more of I don't know, personal's not the right word, but I noticed that the men's and women's restrooms have the exact same number of stalls, and I don't know about you, but I find that the line at women's restrooms is always like 5,000 times longer than the lines at men's. So I was wondering why they're the same size and there weren't maybe some additional stalls.
The restrooms are a work in progress.
Okay.
The plans are not the final ones,
Okay.
because there'll be like potentially a commercial kitchen of some sort that's going to go in there. So the exact like plumbing structure of the building is still a bit of a work in progress. So the main shell's going to be what's going up first, and then we're going to kind of work with that for a bit.
I totally get that, because that was my other question, was about a food prep area, because I didn't see one, and I was kind of expecting to see one, so.
I'm still thought processing that. It'll be at, so basically the enclosed side of it is going to be facing the west. The east. The open side, the patio side would be facing the west for sunset viewage.
Okay.
The doors would be Lawndale and then towards the golf course.
Okay.
On the enclosed side towards the north, so basically this corner here is kind of my planned point for the kitchen.
Okay.
So.
Just checking to see if, I want to go back through my notes, but if anyone else has any questions?
I have a couple questions, kind of related to the parking lot. First, staff has so the current parking lot is 96 stalls, so that's what's rated for?
No, that was a typo. So it's closer to 200.
Oh, yeah, well, that makes a big difference.
The parking lot?
That's our,
Yeah, we just did a simple layout. Do you have something very different?
Acre and a half, I think, is around like 400.
Oh, we did how it was signed with just standard designs, and we came up with roughly 200 on rough calcs. It could be more.
Yeah, and there'll be overflow parking that's gonna stay grass, because I'm not going to deal with gravel again.
Yeah, I'd say acre and a half that's probably not 400.
Some.
But anyway, so staff was recommending 200 stalls. If you had to expand your parking lot with this site plan and the topography, I guess that's my concern, is where would you go with it?
Right on the other side of the pond.
So you'd and then you'd have to, because we'd probably still only want one curb cut on Diamond Lake Road is my guess, so
So if,
like there'd be an access road between, on the
so
north side of the
basically,
pond?
like, you see at the very bottom of it, the very bottom of the pond, there's like basically what looks like a road going across there. That's the road access. You come in the parking lot, take an immediate left, where things are at right now. When it goes all the way to Lawndale, you're gonna pass the overflow before you get to the main parking lot.
Okay. So when I look at this, just so you understand my perspective, is I'm looking at this like, we want you to be there for 20-plus years, right? And so I'm kind of viewing this almost like a developer's coming in and asking for a plat because you might be there forever, right? That'd be a great thing for the city. And so my concern with the road there is, because I believe we've given some guidance on what Diamond Lake Road will have to have for right-of-way in the future, is that your road might be encroaching into that area, which is going to serve the greater area. Like if this were a plat, we'd be asking you to move it back. And so I'm kind of looking at this IUP in that manner.
Yep.
And so I know the original IUP said to keep improvements, and I view parking lots as an improvement outside of the anticipated right-of-way.
The future ones, like I said, the other side of it is going to be just grass.
Yeah.
It's not going to be more of a permanent structure type deal. And even the gravel parking lot is not a permanent structure. That can always be dug up and moved over or adjusted in whatever way.
Yeah,
it
and I
needs
guess
to
that's
be.
my concern because of the topography of where you're going to move it. And even from your perspective, because your improvements are there, you want the parking lot close to the improvements.
Right.
If you need more parking.
It's honestly, the very upper corner of the current parking lot is within, well, not even 100 feet of where the building's gonna be.
Right. I'll defer the rest of my comments for now, because maybe our engineer on the panel can help me provide some clarity on that.
Do you have any comments or questions? Well,
with the parking, if he has any comments, I'm curious.
I do, but do you have any comments or questions initially?
If you could talk about noise control that was brought up by one of the residents, and what your thoughts are for.
Yep, so one of my requests with the change in the IUP is adjusting that noise ordinance for Friday and Saturdays. Because 8 o'clock, I think, is standard for Sunday through Thursday on all residential, and then I think it's 10 o'clock on Saturday and Sunday. So right now, it's written till 8 at all times. So in terms of the noise aspect, I don't know if anybody was really even aware of the band playing at the Fall Festival. I don't know if they could even hear it out in the trunk or treat area, or at least not all at the other end. So the noise isn't carrying super far from my understanding.
We're seeing a few, just for your clarity, we're seeing at least one neighbor
That
heard
it. Okay.
But that noise ordinance is pertaining to outdoor noise.
Yeah.
And so, I guess addressing 8 o'clock outdoor noise and then indoor being different.
So, amplified noise is 8 PM, and then the activities is 10 PM on, I'm gonna say weekdays, and then 11 PM on Fridays and Saturdays.
Okay.
So what you're asking for is to have amplified music after 8 PM?
Outdoor amplified.
Outdoor amplified was up to 10 PM.
Up to 10 PM?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, I mean, summer, it doesn't even really get dark until 9:30.
Yeah.
Some nights, it's like, things are going, I know that. quite a few different events this summer. We're having like fireworks or other such things, and bands playing. I didn't personally, but I know that it'll affect people in the future as these event centers and various places have more things going on.
So are you asking for 10 PM 7 days a week?
No.
Or 10 PM on the weekend?
Friday and Saturdays.
And then 8 PM otherwise?
But in terms of the actual noise from the building, I guess I'm definitely not going to try and piss any neighbors off. If it does become an issue, I'd absolutely love to hear about it, and I will make adjustments to the building, to where speakers are, to where my contracts are that you've got to turn down the music by a certain time. I've been kind of telling people as we've been getting some traction and some word of mouth going that, yeah, any amplified noise is done by 10 o'clock on weekends. So my contracts are there, and I live very close to the property, so plan to be checking in and making sure that everything's happening the way it's supposed to happen. Or I'm on site for whatever events. They're my events, I'm always on site.
I guess with just looking at the few renderings we have, is this, I mean, it looks like a agricultural building, which is great, but is it built more towards like what a residential building would be as far as insulation and?
It will be.
So, so it's gonna be insulated, it's not gonna be just a pole barn, it's gonna be insulated, and so that's gonna help deafen any noise inside the building.
Correct. I don't want to spend an absolute fortune on heating that place.
And, yeah,
Or
heating
cooling
and
it,
cooling.
so.
And you're intending to use it year-round, so
Mhm.
the picture that's showing up here is agricultural in nature, but you have plans to insulate it and,
Mhm.
okay. I guess as it relates to, and John, you might have to help me on this one a little bit, but as it relates to, so I didn't see any notes in the planning, in the packet related to the expansion of South Diamond Lake Road, or North Diamond Lake Road to widen it. But as it relates to their driveway access, we have, I mean, it's their property.
Yeah.
We don't know of any current plans for the county to widen it to that point.
I'm gonna look at Jason.
There's nothing programmed for an expansion.
So what they're showing, where they're showing it, as far as we know, is fine with the way they're using it. And we didn't, so as far as,
Yeah, so I had this conversation with staff the first go around, Peter, just a
Yep.
quick little reference, but all the way on the east end of North Diamond Lake Road where development has occurred. I forget the right of way with Jason, maybe you can help me out.
They requested an additional 32 feet.
Right.
In addition to what was there. Existing 33-foot half right away, they
Right.
wanted another 32.
Yep, so we don't know the when, but we do know what they are gonna anticipate requesting.
and I guess as that section carries through here, is that a concern from your perspective, Jason, or?
I expect the request would be the same and the need for right-of-way would be the same, at which time they would have to acquire the property up to the county when that program or project goes forward.
And just so people know, my perspective is that whether it's the county or it's the city of Dayton, it's all of us taxpayers, and that's why we're trying to protect putting too many improvements in future right-of-way, because we all pay for it, and no different than if a developer was coming in to plat a single-family subdivision, that's why we ask for the right-of-way, to protect us in the future.
And I guess my take on this, and just, because I was out by the site a couple days ago, the pond's being dug currently, and so it's like, do we redig the pond now to move that road, or do we redig it in the future, and is that something we can redig in the future? And Jason, I guess, I don't know if that's something, we can move that pond north to shift her road north in the future if we need to?
I mean, it'd have to be designed, it'd have to be relocated and meet the requirements for stormwater when it was redesigned.
At that time, so it may be worth,
It'll be a lot more effort and expense at that time, of course.
So maybe something to consider, I guess. I don't know if it'd be something I would implement today on you, but it may be something to consider as you're a work in progress.
You know, my perspective is that stormwater pond is a site improvement too. That's why things like that is that. In the original IUP said to keep those out of the, I mean, everyone has different ideas of what improvements are, but to keep them out of the anticipated right of way.
Yeah, and there's, I mean, honestly, with where the road technically is going through at, there's always a possibility of just removing that road, cutting it off at the pond, basically, having the road go somewhere else within the orchard.
Yep.
And it's just a matter of, like, my kind of grievances when we were designing all of this in the first place and going through round one was that I would then have to basically kind of fence off certain things within the orchard or just figure out a different fencing style, which, I mean, isn't out of the realm, but it's just kind of where it ends up at.
And I think I get to Darren's point, that's what we're thinking about is what's the possibilities and what are we planning for so that we don't get into a predicament up here 20 years from now of.
Because you're still there being successful.
Yes, so.
Or my kids are taking over.
Do you have a backup for where the road could go if this is an issue?
There is always a possibility. Like I
But you
said,
don't have
there's
anything.
67 acres to play with.
Well, yeah, but you don't have anything right off the top of your head, like this is
There's,
A&B.
I mean, there's kind of that internal road that's already kind of like, I mean, there's always that possibility of maybe just, I mean, we can always move the road a bit in after we get past the pond.
Yeah.
Since that's really nothing's really developed there yet.
Yeah.
To just start curving it up and leaving that space then, which, like I said, that's still very much a possibility at this point. And then always bringing it up like before the pond and then connecting it to the upper aspects, connecting it in a different way.
I did find my other question. I knew there was one more. I didn't see. Obviously, there's going to be water and sewer in this barn. There's a bathroom. Where is the new septic going?
To the north.
Okay. For some reason, I just didn't see it.
That wasn't submitted. When I gave everything into John, I was still waiting for Enday to come back with the final design.
Okay.
But on the backside, there's a slope right behind where the barn's going.
Yeah.
And it basically is going to take up almost an acre.
Okay. And that's not going to have any issue with the new well location?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
One more question on parking. What do you think the max parking you'll need based upon the size of improvements and potentially you're going to have to manage it? You won't be having multiple events. I'm taking it at the event centers rented up because you got to manage that parking lot.
Right. When you're talking what's going to go in this building, the existing parking lot is sufficient. When we're talking festivals, that changes the game completely. We found that out very quickly on the 12th about how that game changed fast, which is again where we've got the overflow parking. I don't think there's any kind of mandates in terms of having a structured parking lot for stuff like that. So that's where the grass overflow parking comes into play. Everything for that festival worked out as best as it possibly could have in terms of the field being harvested just in time. So.
If you are planning to use the grass area for overflow parking, will you be leaving it as just grass then all the time and not, okay, so there won't be a crop that has to get in at a certain date, because I know that panic.
I'm not going to, the panic for me of like, is that going to happen? Because last year it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Last year's festival, the corn was still in the field, and I don't think they actually ended up harvesting until almost like the 1st of November.
Yeah.
So no, that it would be, I'm actually already plotting out where this is going.
Okay.
To keep it for us for next year.
So it'll be a dedicated grass space that will either just be grass or for parking. There won't be crops that you'll have to worry about.
Correct.
Okay.
Just to add a note to that, so we've had the ordinance for event centers for about a year. Fisher Farms was the first one in and kind of took the brunt of, or was the experiment for this. So one of the requirements for event centers is that there be an improved parking lot. Fisher Farms has that, the other two that we've had have not. And the grass parking lot has been supported by both the Planning Commission and Council. So kind of the point being is, the first one is, it's always an experiment. I think we have a tendency to be more conservative of what we require, and not all of it is always justified.
I think most other event centers in the state of Minnesota have like a small area where are more structured for the handicap accessibility, which again, the parking lot that I have that happened to be put together, it works out for the best that way, especially for how our topography is and how wet our seasons have been. I know a couple other places have had a lot of issues with parking in the mud, and it's always been a fun battle there. So it's worked best for mine, but we're gonna play with the grass field and keep it that way then for moving forward.
The colors of the barn and the roof?
Red and white.
Okay.
Basically like all the other barns on the property. Except for those ones. Those ones have a green roof. There are the animal barns that are down the hill are all white roofs.
Any other questions? Any other discussion?
Yeah, I guess, Peter, I'm going to lean a little bit on you to put your thinking cap on, but I do have some concerns about the parking, because I don't know what the magic number is, but if staff is saying 250, an acre and a half, especially when it's not striped, is light. And I'm just using 300 square feet of stall. That's for drive aisles and the stall. So if 250 is the right number, I just want to make sure that we have ability to expand. I'm okay with the grass expansion area, and I'm okay with the road in front of the road, in the sense that someday if that goes away, it just goes away. I definitely would like to see or verify that, like, your drainage pond is outside of that future right away, because it was in the original IUP on top of it, is to keep the site improvements outside of the existing, or the anticipated right of way.
I want to say from the actual edge of the road, we're 40 to 50 feet. Because the road I'm putting in itself was going to be 30 feet wide.
Yeah, I believe, Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 33 more feet from the property boundary, not the edge of the road.
And the property boundary is...
I can grab a quick measurement here.
I mean, hopefully we're okay.
I guess from the
'cause I'm
park.
pretty sure you beat up the engineers and tried to make sure it was already back there, pretty close to where it was for the pond.
Edge of pavement is about 19 feet from right away.
Edge of...
On the 32, it puts you at, what, 50?
Yeah, I think we're within that.
So the holding pond is outside of what the county would anticipate for needed right of way, is what you're saying?
I have not verified that.
Okay.
It's on the plan, I don't recall if it was outside of it.
It's really
Did
close.
staff approve the location of the holding pond?
It met all the engineering requirements.
But did staff vet it towards the IUP and the condition in the original IUP about
The location.
Yeah.
Well, I guess let's hold off on that. If that pond was part of the initial IUP and we already approved it, we can't ask her to
The
change
pond
it.
just went in now.
But we can't, if it was part of the original IUP in 2023, we cannot ask her to change that today.
It wasn't, it was, the condition was to keep the site improvements outside the original IUP. So I don't.
You have, there's, I don't know,
If-
we'll say a dozen or more conditions of approval, you have discretion to change anything.
Right.
I understand.
I think, though, just to clarify, what we're saying is the original request is any improvement has to stay outside of the potential right-of-way.
Yep.
And this improvement is part of the original IUP. If it's, as long as it's outside, then everything's fine.
Yep.
But I think your point is if it didn't actually meet the original IUP, then that's the problem. That potentially, we're not saying it is, but that's what you're
I'm more
asking
concerned
about.
about your storm water pond than the parking lot, because the parking lot's easier to, and to adjust maybe, but stormwater ponds can get expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of why it hadn't happened right away.
Yep.
And I guess my point is, we're not discussing the original IUP tonight, we're discussing a new IUP. So if that's the case, then that's on staff to verify, and we should just move on with the new IUP.
We can, so this is condition number 8 in the original resolution, so we can confirm that prior to when this goes to council.
Sure.
As a,
Sorry, I did look it up. It does appear the pond is probably outside of that boundary. The driveway is not. The driveway is within that distance, but the pond is outside of it.
I guess as it relates to parking, because her parking management plan is to add additional parking based on grass and the use of the site, the size of the building, and the type of use for these events, I'm not concerned at what she has sized, and if it becomes an issue, she's gonna mow more grass. I mean, she's gonna want more people there to make her customers happy. So I'm not concerned if that's what she wants for her size. It's not a public use for a lot like a strip mall, from that perspective.
So I guess, yeah, part of that comment was directed at staff of how, I don't know if arbitrary is the right word, but how did we get to 250? I mean, I know we're talking similar sized building, but you're talking similar sized building for what, since we don't have event centers?
So in discussions with Amanda, the thought was that there would not be more than 500 people.
Okay,
We
so
did,
it's based on people.
we did talk I do recall talking at our previous discussion, we had roughly 2 people per car, minus staff working the event.
Yeah,
I mean,
city code requires 1 stall per 2 people.
yeah, so.
Are we in the discussion phase here?
Yeah.
So my thoughts are on the amplified music, to talk a little bit about that. I guess I'm concerned of just having it to 10 o'clock every Friday, Saturday for outdoor amplified music. I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about it in general, since you're putting the building up, meaning that I'd prefer as much amplified music to be inside the building and not outside.
And that's,
I don't know how my other commissioner members feel about this, but I feel like if you set a number of events that you want to have outdoor music, that would be easier for me to approve than, say, every Friday, Saturday. And I don't know that magic number of events, that's why I'm pushing a little bit on you to understand what you think is a reasonable request for the year of how many events.
all the warm weekends.
And so if I were your neighbor, not all neighbors will maybe disagree, but they might not like
No,
that
and I
amount of
mean-
loud music that frequently.
It's, the realistic of having that kind of stuff, probably not. I mean, sorry, bedtime alarm.
Yeah, and we're trying to manage what you can do versus, because, if it's a successful business, it might be.
I guess this is just my thought.
Most apple orchards work a lot like Dean's Pumpkins, where it's really only like 8 to 10 weekends, or 8 to 10 weeks that they're open for general traffic, for their orchard traffic. When we talk about that stuff, we're basically just talking late August through late October.
So my thought, just throwing this out there, is I would like to see it defined from what weekends, exactly what you said is, let's lay out a time frame so the neighbors know what weekends to expect it, if we're gonna approve it from that perspective, or go the opposite, and I don't know if we can do a individual exception to that on specific weekends that are applied for. I don't know if it's an individual basis or a number of bases, but I don't like the blanket statement, I'll say it that way.
So if you want to do a limitation, it's a lot easier to just pick a date. So, let's say August 1st and November 1st. Or I'm going to assume that you're also wanting to do spring events and summer events too. So back to every weekend where it's nice out.
I mean, yeah, I mean, but is that really gonna happen? You're probably gonna have more of that spring through middle of August to late August being more like a wedding or like conventions, and like people are just hosting their own events, vendor fairs, things like that that are going on are gonna be the more likelihood of the earlier ones where there won't be amplified outdoor noise and things like that. So there's like that realistic aspect. Our fall activities will run from that middle August to late October. We have a holiday event coming up in middle of December, but I'm not gonna put a band outside. It's more just like people getting to walk around, move around, do some scavenger hunts, go sledding, make snowman. So there won't be outdoor noise or outdoor music for that. But I can't necessarily say that there won't be every single weekend, but the realistic of it actually being every weekend is very, very slim.
I'm opposed to outdoor amplified music past 8 p.m., period. And that's as a neighbor to all of these event centers, because you can hear it as a neighbor, and I have to get up at 6 in the morning to do chores every day of the week, including Saturdays and Sundays, and so I don't want to be kept up late by music. And my understanding was the whole point of, we specified outdoor amplified music. You have a barn. We're not saying your events have to end at 8 p.m. We're not even saying amplified music has to end at 8 p.m. We're saying outdoor amplified music has to end at 8 p.m. If you want to keep it going because it's nice and beautiful, that's fine. Just move it inside. That's all. Just move it inside. We're not saying you have to close at 8.
And I think that's kind of to my point, is if there's a one-off or a handful of off throughout the year.
Because that's what we said for Magnus. If
Yeah.
they have a 1 or 2 a year, then you come through and you
come
get
through
that
with-
1 or 2 a year
yeah.
approved. So if you want your big fall festival to go later, that's fine. Then for that one event, come through for a
Well,
special.
sunsets at 7.
By
so,
then, so
I mean,
yeah.
But-
again, you get to that point of the year, the likelihood of it being past 8 o'clock anyways, because there isn't great lighting and there won't be great lighting out there. We're not going to turn this into a residential neighborhood where you can see every single house in between.
But-
It's not going to have that kind of lighting to be able to
But even
that kind of a late
even
step.
4th of July, if you wanted a 4th of July event, I would just suggest come through the way Magnus is doing it. Just at least to start, and if it gets to be where you're doing 30 of these a year and neighbors don't complain, then we can amend it. I mean, that's my opinion.
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, June and July are really the only times where it's light after 8 anyway, so.
Yeah,
During-
if we cut it at 8, then I'm more okay with the blanket statement than every weekend up to 10.
Yeah.
With the understanding you can apply for special events.
Okay.
Anything else on?
Does anyone have concerns about outdoor amplified music Monday through Thursday? Not that you probably even have it that often, right? But right now it says you can, and I doubt it'll be an issue, but.
Well, it ends by 8 p.m.
Yeah.
So that's.
Okay, everyone's fine?
Yeah.
No issue there. It does say events can be held till 10, and I still have no issue there on Monday
I
through
don't have a
Thursday.
problem with events, no, it's our time of events.
Just to clarify your.
There was a condition number 7, John, in the staff report about when the access to the site will be relocated to Lawndale. I get the part about when required by Hennepin County, but can you, either staff or the applicant, describe what is meant by, or when the land is developed to the end of the property? Because if it's an apple orchard, I guess I'm trying to understand what that statement means.
I don't think there's a definition to that statement.
Do
we need that statement then?
So is this one parcel, John?
No, it's 3.
So
And when I say three, that like the middle, there's a middle sliver, so.
Yeah, that line that's going right
That
through.
very little line, yep.
Yeah.
So can we revise this to say if, instead of when land is developed, when land is developed on that western parcel, so if she decides to put up a building on that parcel,
Or technically sell it off.
or
to
sell it
someone.
off, then we have to add,
Someone has to put that driveway in.
yep.
Or this
That
IUP becomes non-existent.
Essentially, I think what both you and I are getting at is, if you were to sell that western parcel off, we want an easement to go from that western parcel to the eastern parcel, so that the driveways are in perpetuity.
The rights to put it in.
Yep.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's not, I mean, I'm not selling it, but.
No,
yeah.
but
right, you could. That's why we're making a condition, yeah.
And that, I think that would help define
Yes.
the developed.
Yep.
I'm wordsmithing, so.
That's fine. Does that make sense? So
Yeah,
what
I'll come back to it and check in.
I think you got the gist of it, John.
Yeah.
Anything else on?
Oh, I'm good.
I'm good.
Make a motion to approve.
Second?
For
With any
clarity,
conditions.
so I'm still writing on number 7, but for amplified, essentially no amplified outdoor music after 8 PM.
I would put in there without a, whatever the event permit is.
But do we really need to say that in there?
Yes.
Okay.
What does John, what do you think about, do we need to say?
I'm willing to say it in there, but.
Yeah.
So whatever it says, Amanda still can come back and apply for a special event permit.
But the reason I'm saying that is if for whatever reason we take away that special event permit, she still has the permission to go get a special event permit.
Yes.
That's why I'm leaving it in there to protect her.
And the idea, I mean, part of the reason why we have event centers is so that we don't have special event permits.
But we also have events that want to go beyond what we have in our special event permit.
Okay, so.
Basically, what they're trying to say is that if I decide that I'm gonna have this big bash going till 10 o'clock, midnight, whatever it happens to be, with outdoor,
An event that
Outdoor
exceeds
event.
the conditions of this.
they want me to just
You just need to apply
apply
for
for
it.
it, but
Apply for
not
it.
required to pay for anything, correct? Because that
I
was
would agree.
there was some
I would
stuff
agree
a
with.
couple months ago.
I would agree with Amanda that if she's applies and is approved of a special event permit, there should be no fee.
We really can't put that as.
But
in an interest.
I would agree with her on that statement, though. Just
I understand, but we can't put that as a condition that we're giving
Yep.
away free permits.
Why not?
I'm with John. How much does the permit cost, anyway?
Because the
Well,
problem
but
that you.
let's think about it this way, though. She's already granted a special events permit through an IUP, so she shouldn't have to apply.
Technically, I shouldn't have to apply for any of it, or definitely not pay for it, because I'm going through the payment process of all of this stuff as it
Yes.
is.
And that, I would agree with that.
It sounds
But-
like the cost is pretty nominal, that I'm with John, that, meaning, I don't know the exact cost, but there's chirping that it's under $100. So if you're having a special event, I hope you think it's worth that.
But I've spent a lot more to go
I
through
understand.
this than that.
Maybe, Dennis, that's something you
I'm
can-
with John, I don't want to see the
Maybe that's something you
exceptions.
can take up at council.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I agree that she shouldn't have to pay for it, but it is kind of hard to recognize that.
Yep. It's not our decision here.
Yeah. So that condition, and back to your statement, so you're just, what's the condition?
She still has to apply.
I'm going to
for
say
it.
if any event exceeds the conditions of the interim use permit, that she would be required to obtain a special event permit license. Yeah, special event.
Well, and it's possible that the special event permit ordinance could be updated to say that someone who has an event center does not have to pay the additional fee when.
That's where I was thinking.
But that could go in that ordinance.
It should go in that ordinance,
Yes, not this.
not this.
What about the extra licensing that we had to change for the ag? Is that part of this discussion too? Or is that just
Extra
with council?
licensing.
For liquor licensing?
Yeah, that's just the council.
Just council, okay.
So, yeah, just for, planning commission doesn't review liquor licenses, that's just the council.
For clarity on what we're voting on too, what is the condition regarding parking? Meaning, if parking becomes a greater need, the IUP just says it, or do we need to have a condition to that, in the IUP? I'm okay with what she's proposing.
So by ordinance, she has to have adequate parking, so defined as one stall per 2 guests, and that number of guests is gonna fluctuate. If, there's an acre and a half now of gravel that has, we'll say 200 cars. If there's a need for overflow on grass and the commission, the council is okay with grass parking lot, then it's just having an adequate size. And you've got 67 acres to deal with, so you've got flexibility of figuring out where that's gonna go, and grass is, it's always there.
Right, so what you're saying is that we don't need to have a special condition if it's inadequate.
Yeah.
Staff will
Because, yeah,
go to them and
if you're
address
not
it.
forcing the other 2,
Okay.
or eventually 3 other event,
Yeah, I think you're okay on that.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to make this as a condition, but just, when you have drive aisles that are heavily trafficked, like they should be gravelled, even if the parking is just grass.
And that's, like I said, where that road is going to connect it either way you look at it. Even with the current entrance, come in, you go left. That's how we did it at the Fall Festival. As soon as that parking lot was full, we were directing people already right away over to the grass area with the soy field, and they were parking over there. So. Granted, everything was dust at that point.
Any other, and then we had the one about the driveway being relocated once the land is developed, the western parcel is developed. I don't know.
The access.
The access, yeah.
The access point, but not the driveway.
It's.
So, kind of going back
it's
to Darren's point
yes.
is, if the county, once the county is going to expand the road, the county would have to
No, that
reimburse her for
different
the-
thing. He's talking
Item number
about
7.
the drive, the actual road, my internal road to the new entrance on Lawndale.
Yeah.
Yep.
When that is
Access
developed.
for site will be relocated to Lawndale when the land to the west is,
Prior to sale of the land to the west.
I would say,
Developed.
Either
I would
sale
say
or when I develop.
Improved.
I would say
Improved,
developed
yeah.
or improved.
So,
I think the most important thing is that, for whatever happens, is she sells off the western parcel, right? Is that the most important thing is that access is secured versus developed.
Yeah.
Like, if Hennepin County is still not requiring her to change the access, I don't want you to have to build a driveway, but I want you to make sure you have the easement coming across the land, so when the county closes it, there's a driveway.
If we're using the term when the western half is developed, what does development mean on an apple orchard?
I don't like the word developed.
Okay, so-
Improved is, yeah.
Improved, yeah.
I don't even like the word approved, I think it's when
When
it's
a-
sold off.
When it's sold or I would say sold or a building permit is submitted. Just protect you if you decide to build a building and then decide to sell it later. Any other changes? We had a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Kim?
Item number 8B, recommendation of acceptance of Dayton Parkway Master Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Also, tonight before you have the Dayton Parkway Master Plan. brought forward by the city, so the applicant's the city. So I'm just going to go through some background first of kind of why we're here tonight, since it's been a while since the last time you had this before you. So this is a city-initiated effort to create an area plan to guide the next comprehensive plan update. So this does not change anything within the comprehensive plan at this time. This is just pre-planning for when that next comprehensive plan update comes around, specifically within this master plan area. It's supposed to provide direction for how the city expects future development to occur in this area, inform the future alignment of Dayton Parkway along with the street connections and street designs for the streets that support Dayton Parkway, reevaluate the land uses in the study and recommend modifications to better reflect the city's vision, and provide guidelines for the type and style of development within the master plan boundary area. The other background piece is the timeline of where we started and how we got here. So this started back in June 27th of last year, where the work effort was approved. We had a work session at the Planning Commission following in September, and then a 6-week long online survey was posted on October 23rd that ran for 6 weeks. We brought that forward then at the landowner open house, which was held in November, just after Thanksgiving of last year. And then on March, we brought the draft master plan and presented to this body here, and then brought back a refined version for a joint work session held at Planning Commission and City Council. And there was another presentation related to this done in June to the City Council. And then in August, we held another joint work session between Planning Commission and City Council. And then finally, the last step that happened was the second open house was held to present the draft master plan. I will note that all the comments we received throughout this process, whether it was the online survey or written comments at the open house or emails or anything like that, those were all included as part of the packet. There are some additional ones, I believe, that John printed out that were emailed to either John or myself after the packet went out, but all of that is included in the packet before you. As far as the master plan area, so there's a variety of land uses included. Business park, commercial low density, medium density, high density, public institutional, park, and mixed use are all kind of have their own separate areas within this master plan boundary area. GMU2 is the zoning that's planned for the mixed use, so we'll talk about the town center, but that GMU2 is a zoning district that does exist for that mixed use area. For transportation, it focuses on the expansion of the existing transportation network, specifically Dayton Parkway, which is the highest functional classification of road going through this area. So that's the connector shown in yellow, supported by a major collector, a parkway, and a local. There's street sections that I'll get into, but each of these roads has a different design profile, essentially, for what they look like when they're actually built out. This street hierarchy helps us determine access limitations, traffic speeds, roadway designs, things like that. I will clarify that it might be confusing when I say this, but there's a difference between Dayton Parkway, which is just the name of the street, versus a parkway functional classification, which is a design of a street. It's a little confusing because of the way Dayton Parkway is named. And the parkway is the area through the town center. So it's essentially the green line is leading to the park area shown, so green goes to green. That street design I mentioned focuses on the safety of both vehicle and pedestrians. So the highest level of design, or the largest right-of-way with the most of the two uses being shared, is the Parkway Street that connects from Dayton Parkway through the town center to the park identified next to French Lake. That's 150-foot right-of-way. It does have vehicle traffic, bicycle traffic, pedestrian traffic, and all of those uses are intended to be split apart from each other to provide the difference in feel that a parkway provides with a landscape median and having larger boulevards. So you have sidewalks and bike lanes, things like that, because you're intending to go through the town center area where there is more foot traffic, more bicycle traffic, just less automotive traffic. Then you have the connector streets, which are 120-foot right-of-way width, and that prioritizes getting movement, essentially getting from A to B. So it has some of that pedestrian and bicycle traffic as well, but the intent is to then separate the vehicle traffic and get it flowing from one end to the other, and that is the Dayton Parkway section is a connector street. And the last one being a local street, which is the typical 60-foot wide right-of-way pedestrian realm. Some of the standards within the Parkway or the master plan boundary area. There's a new community park identified on the east side of French Lake, so that's a new park. It's adjacent to the current DNR access onto French Lake. That's location. If you've driven on East French Lake, that's where it is. We've also included additional screening standards for overhead doors and loading areas have been included. So if those are anywhere in the area, there'll be additional screening for those. Parking standards have additional landscape island and features breaking up the parking areas, so a little more breakup of the parking areas, less the lengthy number of bays. It also encourages creative solutions to provide stormwater management as part of the landscape islands. So one of the areas was resiliency and how to design for the future. So by providing the landscape islands, you can also double up essentially and use them as stormwater management areas as well. It won't work in all cases, but it can be a creative solution you can use. And then landscaping, encouraging the use of native plantings and diverse plantings. And then one requirement that's new in the master plan area is to ensure that all developments that come in have maintenance plans for their landscaping to make sure they survive over those long periods of time, especially with some of the practices that have to go into survivability for native plantings. For the resiliency options, there's a list of 7 that are included within the master plan. Each development that would go in the master plan area would have to pick up 3 of the 7 as part of the development proposal. Those are permeable pavers, rain gardens or bioretention systems, native species landscaping, green rooftops, aesthetic design, chloride management plans, and alternative energy. So they would just have to pick what 3 are most applicable to that project. And we can be pretty flexible on what those 3 look like. Aesthetic design is intended to be kind of what's shown with the permeable paver image on this slide, which is essentially like little open space pockets, structures that add enhancement to it, whether it's like a gazebo on the corner or things like that. It also encourages stormwater management to be designed as those open space features, kind of highlighted on the bottom image up here. As far as the town center, it's intended to be the area within Dayton that will serve as kind of the heart of the community for this. It's not intended to be a regional draw. It's intended to be something that all the residents of Dayton can utilize, having some of those commercial retail and offices, entertainment venues, civic spaces, and then higher density residential development to support those areas. Along with that, there's the support for the public town square town center and a boulevard town center. So a lot of the survey results came back saying those were the most desired of the options for the town center. So the land use plan essentially gives a route for that to go, with the park being the focal point at the end, and then the mixed use centered on the roadway that leads from it. You can kind of get that linear feel as you move to the park, and then the park creates the focal point that is the ending point essentially of the town center drive area. So that's hoping that things develop along those corridors like that. And then there's preference for commercial opportunities. So there's a big, and this probably is familiar with everybody, but there's a big want for cafes and restaurants, retail, entertainment venues, farmers markets, and grocery, where all came back very high, wanting to get those opportunities. There are many opportunities in there with all those uses being allowed in the commercial and the mixed use areas for those things to develop. The town center is shown as the pink area, so as I was talking about that linear feel, it does move along kind of in a linear fashion with a little bit of development on both the north and the south side of the roadway connecting or intersecting between the town center pink area, with the park being the landing point at the west end. So having that focal green space point was important, and then preserving some area on French Lake, which will have corridors surrounding it as well, trail corridors as well. Having a mixture of residential, office, commercial, and civic, focusing on that walkable environment. So like I mentioned, the street profile through here would be the Parkway street, so much more walkable, environment friendly, having uses that are branched off of it, and you wouldn't have parking on the actual Parkway street. Some parking, not a lot of parking on the Parkway street. And then including architecture standards that are included for the town center, to focus on diverse styles with clear entrance and ground floor windows. So having that first level on your walkable environment, having that first level with lots of windows, lots of clear entrances that are designed in the architecture that way, with franchise architecture discouraged as part of that. So making the franchises, whether it be McDonald's or things like that, blend into the surrounding architecture, so not having standouts. So you kind of have a cohesive environment for the architecture. And then building facade standards that are slightly higher for the town center. So just when I'm saying higher, a little bit more of what you call top tier quality materials, whether it's stone or brick or things like that. And then also having additional facade standards in terms of breaking up the building, having horizontal and vertical breakups on the building structure itself. So with that, the diverse styles kind of felt like there was a mix of traditional with that slightly higher standard. So these were some example images of what those buildings could look like with a walkable environment. So you have kind of the ground level focus with then either residential or office above. In terms of next steps, so the City Council is tentatively scheduled to review this and approve the Dayton Parkway Master Plan at their November 26th meeting is the tentative schedule for that. And so tonight we'd be looking for the Planning Commission to provide feedback and make a recommendation to the City Council. And I will note it is a public hearing tonight as well. So whenever you're ready to do that, but otherwise I'll stand for questions for staff if you have any before the public hearing.
I guess I have one initial question for staff before we get going on this. What was the cost of this master plan?
About 40,000?
I think 45 is what the...
Okay.
45,000, okay. All right. That was my initial question. With that, any other questions for staff before I open the public hearing?
Not yet.
No. Okay. This is a public hearing. We will open it at 7:57. If you have any comments, please come forward, state your name and address. You got, well, I'll give you a little over 3 minutes. If you're rambling, I'll cut you off.
Again, I'm Scott Schutte, 11980 East French Lake Road. Been here before, I've talked to all of you back a year ago. Nothing's changed in the plan. I have a lot of respect for what you guys do and the time you give, but I don't really feel a lot of respect coming back. You have property owners in this area that have invested decades and hundreds of thousands of dollars in their lives into their properties. And instead of relying on the property owners, he went and had a little online survey, and a bunch of people say they want a new Starbucks. I'm not out here because I want a Starbucks, okay? This is, you're taking an open area that's already environmentally friendly, and you're going to spend millions and tens of millions of dollars destroying it, and then you're going to put in islands in the parking lot and pretend that you're being environmentally friendly. It's nuts. Now, I know that it will develop someday, but I'm getting mixed signals from the people that I talk to. Kind of feel like I've been blown off, told this isn't going to happen for 10 or 20 or 30 years, but I'll say what I said last year. I'll say what I said at the open house. I'll say what I called Kevin and had him on the phone for 45 minutes because he put his phone number out there. I don't want the line through my dining room to be on the map now, because in 10 years, when you do put the road in and I come in and complain, you're going to go, the road's been there for 10 years. You move the road 300 feet for no practical reason. I'm not a civil engineer, but I've worked in engineering for decades. I'm sorry, but there is no safety reason for moving that road. Moving it 300 feet is not changing the curve to some extent. The cars are going to be flying off and there's going to be carnage on the curves. It's just not true. It used to be just south of my property. I'm not here trying to stop any development. What other people want to do with their properties, I'm a property owner rights guy. If people want it, if the people that own the property around me want to develop, I'll end up sitting there in warehouses or whatever. But don't force me off the land. So I have one question. I don't know if we can ask questions, but could you identify any modifications to the master plan as a result of input from property owners?
I would like to know the same. I'll be honest. So, thank you.
All right, thanks.
So, Scott, just for our sake, can you point to which property is yours on the map?
The orange and red, right there.
Okay.
Yep. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else for public come on forward.
Hello again. Lee Hallquist, 11471 Fernbrook Lane. I noticed you didn't put a gas station in there. Got all this great development, why didn't we think it was worth putting a gas station in there? I mean, you got cars, all these pictures show hundreds of cars there. I think you should put a gas station there if you're gonna put one in the city someplace. Does that seem reasonable? Or does it seem like you're just trying to put that gas station down by my house? So, that's all I got, I just want you to think about it.
Thank you.
Marcia Grover, 11320 Fernbrook. When Maple Grove first, we've lived here forever, and when Maple Grove first built their little arbor lakes there, you know, they didn't have a parking ramp. And they soon discovered that there was a lot of cars that were coming and no place to park them. And I don't see anything in the plans about parking for this. Since then, Maple Grove has built 2 parking ramps for their downtown shopping area. What are you going to do about parking here? That's my question.
Thank you. Anyone else here?
Well, I think I'm the newbie on the block. I've only lived out here about 17 years.
Ma'am, could you?
Jackie Bross,
Thank you.
16020, 117th. I'm next to the proposed fire station location. So probably more comments than questions and concerns. Back to the survey. I have found yet one person that has received the survey. I know you said it was on multiple platforms. There was no indication that was going to be coming out. I'm curious, and maybe I don't know where it is, but is there a copy of this survey and the results? And kind of curious as to what all questions were asked? And were there negative feedbacks on that? Were there people that did not want a fire station across from the residential development of Brayburn? Cost of a fire station, cost of a ladder truck, increased taxes to the rest of us for that. I know there's going to be a need for those things, but from my understanding, the fire calls have gone up 5% with the new developments, if I'm correct. I know emergency calls are higher. There is an industrial area on the other side. Is there not a better place for a fire station than in a residential place? Also, I think most of us in here that are landowners in that place got taxed considerably a few years ago on proposed future land value. Now you tell me, is my land value going to go up with a fire station next to it? That was based on the master plan of 2040, which had my land designated for something else. We also granted you guys an easement based on the 2040 plan, and it did not show a fire station next to me. So several comments. I don't know if you guys are landowners. You made it sound like you are. Would you like a fire station next to you? I don't know. Okay. I think you should consider that. I think the rest of us feel the same way. Landowners have been left out of this. And yet we were taxed for the Dayton Parkway because of future land value. Yes. Yes.
And I didn't see a survey. I don't know how I would have responded. I don't even know where it is. I've looked online. I'm not tech savvy. I hate talking in crowds. You can hear my voice shake. But, yeah, if any one of you want a fire station next to your house and then expect to sell your land in 10 years, you know, go for it. But please consider that when you are making these kind of plans. So, I probably have more to say, but I won't.
I appreciate you coming up.
Just for clarity, so the survey that we're referring to was?
So the survey was done last year in October, so 2023 October, not this current October. All the results from that survey were included as part of this packet tonight. There was each of the responses.
Who knew about the survey?
So
We never got it.
I can, if you just hold, I'm trying to get through.
Let's just, Anyone else?
I prefer to do the public
Oh,
hearing comment portion,
yeah.
then I'll respond to all of the questions.
Anyone else for the public hearing on this one that would like to come forward?
I think, check online here. If anybody's online for this
Oh, yeah,
item, you
sorry
can
about
feel
that.
free to raise your hand.
Sorry, I wanted to say one more thing. And it's kind of in response to his comment about the traffic on Dayton Parkway and 117th. I belong to several bulletin boards, you might call them, for the cities in the area. And I believe that northbound Brockton is blocked off.
It
where
is
the
right now.
trailer park.
Yep.
And Rogers, Champlin, Maple Grove, they're all saying, go down Dayton Parkway and 117th because it's a nice new road and you can bypass that bottleneck on Brockton Lane. So I'm thinking that part of the reason maybe is because of the north of Brockton being under
Temporary
construction
closed, yep.
northbound.
Yep.
But yeah, it's all over the news that there's a nice new road in Dayton, and it bypasses all that stuff, so, yeah.
It's a highway.
Yeah.
Anyone else here for public comment on the master plan? All right, with that, I'm gonna close the public hearing at 8:07. I guess.
Do you want me to address some of the questions, Mr. Chair?
I guess I before you address some of the questions on the survey, I do recall seeing the survey, but I don't recall seeing it publicly advertised on several of our sites and several of the bulletins. So I'll state that as an observation. Granted, it was a year ago, but I don't recall it being.
It was on the Facebook page, because I saw it and completed it, but not saying
So,
that.
I did complete it,
People aren't on it.
but I do recall not seeing it publicly advertised.
I think that survey's kind of a moot point, Kevin, meaning that there was not that many, in the big picture, there wasn't many respondents, in my opinion.
There was,
You might think it's good considering your past experience.
Yep.
But it's not a good representation for the city of Dayton.
Yep.
So I don't think we need to spend much time on it. We need to spend time on figuring out what to do next.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that everybody knew that it was out there. It was published on both the city website and the Facebook page, along with the quarterly.
Look at us. We're old. We don't do that.
Okay.
What's wrong with the US Mail?
Could've been in the Dayton Communicator.
Yeah.
It was in the Dayton Communicator as well.
I don't even get it.
All right. So I do agree it was, and this has been one of my gripes of the city, is we have such big landowners that we don't notify out far enough from, John, you've heard it from me a couple times that our distance from the developable sites or areas isn't going out far enough sometimes on just sites. And so I agree with some of these residents that there's better ways that we can do this as a city and as we move forward. I guess that being said, my first and utmost comment on this, when did we start this process, Dennis? Do you remember?
18 months ago.
And prior,
June 27th.
and prior, what?
June 27th of 2023.
Of 2023, and prior to that, we kind of knew that Zanzibar was going to be headed to the south, and prior to that, we've kind of known that Dayton Parkway is going to connect to Zanzibar at some point, and in 2022, a property sold just adjacent to Zanzibar on the south, and we have a ton of property owners here tonight who do not want a road going through their house, and there was a property for sale, and we as a city did not take advantage of that, and I am disappointed. I'm going to say that upmost here, sitting as a chair. We had a property owner willing to sell that we could have put a road right through, and we as a city failed to move forward on that, knowing that Zanzibar has been an extension to the south for a long time. So I apologize on behalf of the city or in my role up here, because I've sat up here for at least 6 years now. So, that going forward, I think a couple of comments that I want to address. First off, this is a master plan based on zoning. We're not talking about uses. So we're not talking about gas stations or parking ramps here. We're talking about what the land use could be, not specific uses to that. some of those uses that you guys discussed with gas stations or parking ramps could be utilized in these locations if it's warranted. I'll just want to say that outright. I had one other thing on this. I guess my overarching personal comment, and I've made this before as we brought this forward, and I'm going to state it again, is I don't think this study area, even though we did expand it, I don't think it captured the connection from Dayton Parkway and the traffic issues going on in the current zoning to the south of here to Zanzibar. I think this needed to be further expanded and looked at from a regional traffic standpoint to, I believe it was Scott's Point. We show lines on here through properties of non-willing sellers or people who are not anticipating. And yes, these are fat lines. The city and staff and I recognize that these are fat lines drawn on there. But on the flip side, to Scott's point, I've seen government agencies use these fat lines against residents. And so we need to do a better job. So I'll say that and open it up for further discussion or comments.
I'm fairly new into this mess, I guess I would say, since I just got appointed to the Planning Commission in last fall. I think January was my first meeting. This has confused me from the very beginning why we're talking about it. I think there are other more pressing issues in Dayton than this. I kind of agree. I think the roads are the bigger issue. We got to get the roads figured out in a way that makes sense, and then we can talk about land use. I feel like we're kind of putting the cart before the horse. I also never saw the survey, though that doesn't necessarily mean anything, even though I am on Facebook. Part of the problem with Facebook is their algorithm is garbage, and they don't show everyone everything. So I think we need to not rely on a giant corporation to decide who gets to know what information about our city. I also think that we've got some potential commercial areas in Dayton that could use some real attention, like the Historic Village, Raintree Plaza, and we should, I think we need a proof of concept that there are enough people in Dayton to make it worth, like if I wanted to start a coffee shop and I saw that there are literally open spots down in Maple Grove right now where they already have a lot of traffic, and then I came to any of the supposedly commercial areas in Dayton, I would never in a million years choose to open anything in Dayton. So I think we need to show in our current places that we can be a good place for someone to open a business. And so that's where our attention needs to be. I think this is a giant waste of time and money, personally. And I don't like any of it.
Thank you. Yes. Agreed.
I do this
You want to follow that? I'll follow it, and I apologize to staff if I feel like that you're getting beat up. I do appreciate everything you guys do. But just to give everyone in the audience here some history, because there's work sessions, but I've actually been pretty vocal against having a master plan. I think it's not a good idea to master plan 640 acres. We're not that good. With that being said, I think it's important that we don't forget why this process started. I'm just going to get up here and walk. But Dayton Parkway, the X got eliminated, right? This was the original alignment of Dayton Parkway, right? Something happened before my time where this road got shifted to here, and because of this, we had to address land issues. And when this conversation started, like Peter was saying, we needed to figure out wherever Dayton Parkway is, how to get from here to there. And that was the initial point of this conversation, get the transportation plan figured out. I'm sorry if it goes to your house. That's not the intention, but I've done this enough where I know that if you ask a farmer if it goes through the middle of the field, they're going to give you the exact same answer, because try to farm a field with a road through the middle of your field. So no one's not going to be harmed, I guess is what I'm trying to say, when this happens. I don't know when it's going to happen. Okay, so once we figured out the road pattern, the next most important thing is to have a discussion on land uses. We didn't have to have a master plan to have a discussion on land uses. because we need to shift the land uses so commercial is next to a major road when it comes through. That was the whole initial point of this conversation, is figure out where the roads is, make sure these, like all these commercial uses that I keep getting emails from residents from, which I get, we didn't address it. That was my thought when we started this process, is we're gonna address this stuff south of 117 because it needs to change because the road changed. And we still haven't done that, so.
But
Well, some of this
Just-
area was
just
in
to
the current
clarify-
development
well, just-
timeframe, right?
Just to clarify, the master plan did not go south of 107.
Correct. And that's where
So-
we were, like Peter's
and
earlier comment,
we've-
we should have,
We've stood at that, at least at the planning commission, that this did not address, for the residences, the planning commission has suggested multiple times that this needs to go further south and address that land use and roadway network south of 117th. So, I'll let.
This area was in the current development.
this
area,
area
right? Some
south,
of it was, and so
south
that
of
was
117's current staging, that was my
Yep.
concern, is that's why we need to address it, because someone could potentially develop it today, and we might get stuck with a use we don't want
Yep.
because the road shifted.
Yeah, so we're trying to stay in line with the current development timeframes and making sure that our zoning matched the proposed road alignments.
Before you make any
That's
more
fine.
comments, just, I will give, after we discuss here a little bit, I will open it up for a short period of public comment, just because I saw your hand go up, just so you're aware. All right.
So, I guess, I hope everyone understands that not everyone's out here to drive this development through Dayton. That wasn't the intention. This is where we ended up, unfortunately. Which, I don't even know, like, by the way, the benefit of this plan is that when we start the 2050 comp plan, we have a basis for roads. I think the land uses still need a lot of work because there's too much high-density residential in this area. I don't fully grasp, to put this in perspective to the audience, there's over 3,500 multifamily units. So that's about 20 to 30 buildings, depending on how many units are building. That's a lot. And I don't think we need that kind of density. I don't understand the math the city's using to get to 3 units an acre. I feel like if there's 11 units an acre, because that's about what this is in this 640 acre, I feel like we're way over what we need to be by the Met Council. And so it's hard to address that with this master plan because you have to take the whole city into consideration, not just this master plan. But that's what we're going to do when we start the 2050 comp plan. So there's too much orange in this, in my opinion. So that's one thing that I'd like to see change when we do the comp plan. I mean, this is a basis to start it. And the last thing is regarding the blue chunk. That just popped up in the last 3 weeks. So I don't really have a lot of comments, meaning that I've already been vocal at the planning commission meeting. I don't think it's a great place for a fire station. But, so I've said it. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, I think in general, I mean, well-planned cities take time, right? And so you have to start somewhere, and this is, a couple iterations in, but it's also a long ways out. And so there's time to refine and continue the conversation, and you showing up and voicing your opinions and thoughts is important to that process. So you've heard from a number of my fellow commissioners that they don't feel like this is the right direction. I mean, like Darren said, we're kind of stuck with point A and point B for the road. And so how that gets there, there's 1,000 different ways, right? So that'll continue to be refined as these plans develop and we go into the next comprehensive plan process with the Met Council. So there's going to be plenty more opportunities to kind of look at this and review it. With regards to the fire station, I mean, they need to be by residential areas to serve the residential areas. So it's just a matter of, is it directly across the road, like it is with Bleasy Farms? Is it more tucked into a commercial area, so it's a little farther away, removed from residents? Possibly, but if the Dayton Parkway isn't built yet and the fire station is deemed necessary, it needs to go on a road network, right? And the Dayton Parkway is not there yet, so I think there's considerations on timing and placement and land availability is another part of that. So
I guess I'll lay my last comments here that I have. I think Darren, I think you said it best, that this plan is kind of garbage, and we need to really figure out the roadway connection. I think we as a city made a foolish decision to bring Dayton Parkway all the way to 117th the way it's shown, and I think we need to really reevaluate that and see if we can bring it on either the north or the south side of that pond that is on it is the DDL Holdings property. I think to one of our public comments earlier of use the existing roadways that we have and build them out, I think we really need to seriously think about that and listen to them, because if we were to take that one property owner that's a willing seller to development, yes, we lose on some development, and yes, we lose on some potential tax base there, but is it the best use for the land when we have other willing sellers, or not willing sellers, and other people who want to be residents, other people who want to have businesses or farms or other things along our roadways in Dayton? Is it the best use of the land? In my opinion, yes. And so we need to look at that a little bit more and think about that. Are we willing to relocate? I know, Jason, you've said it in the past, we have utilities under the roadway that are there today. I think that roadway could stay that's there today. It could be narrowed up in the drive aisle section as it's shown, and have the main roadway head to the northwest or northeast as it's kind of depicted between what's the lighter purple and the purple and red there, and really get it realigned, not necessarily back to what the X was, but get it back to the intersection of French Lake and 117th. I think if we solve that area, the rest of it becomes more clear and more, there's easier decisions to be made as we go north. We have a lot of individual property owners to work with down there that we're going to be, as it's drawn, and Scott said it, and there's other property owners that aren't here, but there's a lot of property owners that we're cutting right through living rooms, right through front doors of homes, and people that actually live on the properties. And the property I'm talking about, there is one house that I've seen being cleared out for the last 2.5 years on that property. They've had dump trucks and garbage and dumpsters out there being cleared out. We have someone who's not wanting to live there. Yet we have other people who are wanting to live here, and we're showing a line right through their door. So I think we gotta take a step back from what's a business standpoint to what's driving our community, and it's the residents. And we gotta look at the people who want to live here, not just the people who want to make a buck off our land being developed. And that's my standpoint on this thing. Is I think we need to really revisit this and actually, in my opinion, throw this out. It was a waste of $40,000, and I could have drawn this up in a matter of minutes. And I don't mean to berate you.
Yep.
It's not any different than what we saw 10 years ago when I moved into the city. So, with that, any other comments from commissioners? I know we had one resident who would like to maybe say something, a couple residents. I would like to open it back up so they could say their piece, because the comments weren't open. 3 minutes, no comment from commissioners. We're going to end it after that and not give any more comments. So one last time for commissioners.
I'm fine.
All right, public hearing is back open at 8:25. Come on up. 3 minutes and.
I've lived here 38 years, and I'm on the corner of 117th and East
Ma'am,
French
could you
Road.
state your name, please?
Patricia Netzinger.
Thank you.
I'm concerned because this has changed so much. 5 years ago, we had a special tax assessment that we had to pay. And a bunch of us right in that area, because we were going to be commercial. And mine was $26,000. Well, a bunch of us, we hired a lawyer, and we got this reduced. Because why in the world would not all of Dayton have to pay for this? Why was it centered on this area of land? Then, last summer, I think it was, because our land was supposed to be worth so much more. Last summer, the fire department came in, and they took a look at our property, and we were offered taxable market value. It's like, what, are you kidding me? You know, this whole thing stinks, and I'm really angry about it. And like I say, it cost us a lot of money to get the lawyer, and then the amount we did end up paying, they still charged interest on the $26,000 for 2 years, which was like $1,300. And I just think this whole thing is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. So, just my opinion, but, you know, my neighbors, you know, in that surrounding area, and now we're not commercial now. You know, they changed it. So, yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Okay, that's what I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Kathy Powers, and I live on 11461 Fernbrook Lane. And I've been coming to the council meetings and the planning meetings for probably about a year now, because I felt it was time I get involved. Well, what I've seen here is that you're more interested in getting everything developed in Dayton, rather than your mission statement of keeping it a rural. And I just don't see anybody on the planning commission saying, stop. Let's stop and reevaluate and get a good plan here for Dayton. Because you're right, a lot of people want to come and live here. But they don't want to live here without proper roads, transportation, and that thing. And as far as the Dayton Parkway, I never liked it in the first place, but kind of got stuck there. So I think you as planning people need to sit down and sit back and really do a planning study and look at Dayton as an overall city and make it enjoyable for people to come here. And don't forget about the roads. And I live on Fernbrook, and no, I don't want 117th to come over to Fernbrook. But I think we need to be considered the transportation part of it and the roads, instead of just willy-nilly saying, oh, you want to develop this land? Go ahead. Because I get all kinds of money for taxes. So that's my speech. Thank you.
Right. Kyle Johnson, 15262, 116th Avenue North, so just right on 117th. There was a brief remark just about timing factoring into the fire station. So I did just want to make a statement that a lot of us in our community in Braeburn Trails feel that related to that there have been some discussions that feel a little rushed, and that it's being talked about the fire station being in that blue area because it needs to happen quickly, and a lot of us still feel like we haven't been given a strong enough justification for the reason for that. As a community, we were told by some people that our community was split on it, but we all had a little powwow to discuss all of that, and not one person voiced support for it in that location. And there are a few people here today that I think got extra votes from our community that they may not have gotten because they showed a willingness to listen to our community and have further discussion on that. So I know that this is not the forum where any decisions are going to be made, but every opportunity I have to just put that out there, I want the people that represent us and got support from us to make sure that they're advocates for us, and at a minimum, allow us to have discussion and the time to make a proper decision. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Stephanie Johnson from 17100 117th Avenue North, part of the light purple there, business park area. I just want to say that on Monday, I was bringing my trash can down to the road because Tuesday morning is pickup day. And I see a headlights, big truck coming, so I stepped back a little bit behind my garbage can, and the whoosh from that huge truck practically, sucked me right into it. Someone did put, your a traffic sign and your speed is, but that hasn't been working for 3 weeks, maybe 2 days, 5 days it was on, but it's not working now. And our speed limit's supposed to be 40, but oh God, these 53-footers, they're going too fast. That's all. Thank you very much.
Hopefully you listened to me earlier. My name is Mike Netzinger. I've turned in my slip already. Made mention about the traffic, made mention about people getting hurt. That's not what I'm really here at this precise moment to tell you. First, I will tell you something. The reason why Maple Grove Parkway is where it's at, and there's some people, City Hall must have approved it, and I know I got the mayor just right here, but it's because the Cubes needed a road to their new facility, 1 million square foot, as they advertise it. Otherwise, that Maple Grove Parkway Road would not be there.
Dayton Parkway, just to be.
Or Dayton Parkway.
We don't, forget Maple.
I get confused once in a while. Okay? But the Cubes are why the road is there. And it butts into the dead end of 117th, going right over a neighbor's house and yard and everything else. Possibly, I would think that the original plan going around and up, cutting through the red in that area, like you said, Darren said it, going up and then around, very more user-friendly, due to the fact that if you leave it the way it is right now, the environmental impact you have on French Lake, number one, you're messing with a lake. I don't care what you say and what you do, you're messing environmentally with a lake. Along with your proposed, and I hate to say this because I'd love to see it, but your facility you want to put up in the green. That is a detriment to environmental practices. I can't believe that we're even thinking about that. I don't think that it shouldn't be done. I think that it needs to be replaced with, in an area that's not going to environmentally have any possibility of hurting our nature. The other part that I'd like to just suggest, you want a place to put the fire department. Somebody suggested that could go, didn't suggest, but talked about in my family of friends in Dayton, that maybe it should go right across from the Cubes, because that land is available. There's no residential people there at all. And why, I don't know if that blue square has been purchased by City of Dayton or not, but if it has, that's a mistake. Could have been bought right next, across the street from the Cubes, even so much as to say is there's those circles there, traffic circles if you want to call it. That land is barren and empty, and it could be used for a fire department. More user-friendly to the highway, more user-friendly to the residents of city of Dayton. So my whole impact is still hate the traffic. We got to figure a way to fix that, because if these people aren't pulling these permits, they're all overloaded, and they all should be fined. Every one of them. And like my neighbor just told you, she almost got run over by a truck. Happens all the time. I've been told the kids have been involved, running out onto the street. You know, what does a 4-year-old kid do? Running after a ball? Boom, he's hit by a truck. I think that we need to do some real thought process of where we're going to put your roads and our environment and the fire station. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Last call, anyone else? All right, with that, we'll close the public hearing at 8:37. And there's no action on this item?
There is.
There
So
is.
a couple of points
Okay.
here. And just for clarity, and Kevin or anyone else can correct me. So the project area is, I'm going to say it is what it is. So when this project started, there's I'll call it a project scope that was given to the council. This border was chosen based on the project cost. So yes, there are areas that we've talked about outside of the project boundary, but that is not included, that's beyond the scope of this project. So that includes everything south of 117th, and we didn't really talk about it, everything north of 125th. We've talked about that in previous planning commission meetings. Regarding the fire station, so the blue square, for the purposes of this project, is identified as a public purpose, whether it's a fire station, a park, or city hall, a school, you know, it's a public use, not necessarily a fire station. The city purchased that property with the intention of a fire station. That could change. So just to be clear, the intent, I'm going to say currently as it applies to this plan, is for a public use. I had a third point. So what the Planning Commission is asked to do is to provide a recommendation to accept this plan to the council. If you're not comfortable with that, then you have the option of trying to change the plan before it goes to council, or just not providing any recommendation. It's up to you what you want to do with it. We've worked on this for over a year. Yeah, I guess, you know, it's the intent is, you know, this is not going to elicit any changes to zoning or a comprehensive plan amendment. This is, as Darren said, this is going to be the basis for when we work on the 2050 comprehensive plan in a couple of years from now.
I guess with that, we will open it back up for discussion amongst the planning commissioners. I would say, just to start off, my recommendation is going to stay with what I had suggested back in, at least in March, if not during our joint work session in May, well, in May and in March when we saw this previously. First off, those were the only two times we saw this, so to say it was put together with the planning commission is a misstatement. It was only brought in front of us 2 times and not put together with us. I would say I would wholly reject this and ask that it be redone and rezoned to look at solving issues with transportation before we look at land use. And yes, transportation does have to go beyond what's shown here because it is a whole, you can't get here if you don't agree how to get here. We have, I'll say it right now, and there's residents in the room who currently live on Fernbrook, who've lived on Fernbrook for years. Just because we have a roadway in place today doesn't mean we can't do it better. And we have that opportunity with that light blue road that's shown up here to do it better. So that's going to be what I'm standing on and why I don't agree with this at all. And thank you. I think it's, I said it before, I think it's garbage.
We were part of working sessions, though, early on.
Yeah.
I was
Just
part
to
of
clarify,
two.
I would clarify.
We were only part of two.
Okay.
I think I was at 4.
Yeah.
And to that point, I brought that comment up at both of them, and the council, I'm throwing this back on the council because they were the ones who dictated where this was and how much money we were gonna spend, did not increase the area that we were looking at. They may have agreed with it, but did not increase the area. So,
One of them absolutely disagreed with the size of it also.
yeah, I know. The one sitting in the room.
So, I think there's some good things about this plan. So, I'm with Peter, though, that I'm struggling to make a recommendation to approve this to council. But I don't think that it's as, the good thing about it is that somewhere, maybe it gets shifted to the east, maybe it stays where it's at, there is going to be a centralized location. What I don't like about it is all the orange. I just think it's unrealistic. It's not going to happen that way. It's just not going to happen. So I'm struggling with it that way. The challenge with this area when you look at this is look at all the 10-acre lots. Nothing wrong with it, right? That's great. But it's going to be a hard area to ever get developed. It's going to take forever because a lot of people don't want to develop, and which rightfully so. That's their choice. And so shifting the road, I would agree if we could raise some money. The problem with where the Dayton Parkway's built, I don't know the exact figure, but it's a big number to tear up what we did and redo it. So I don't know. I agree with Peter. If we could just raise some money, that'd be the perfect answer. But that's going to be a tough answer because someone made a mistake and there's a lot of money spent.
Who funded that road?
The public. Technically, there was TIF via Cubes to pay for it, but ultimately we wouldn't have had to give TIF to Cubes if we didn't have the road there. So, couple of things. Dayton Parkway must connect to Zanzibar. I've been not everyone agrees with me, I get it, but I've been adamant that it has to connect sooner than later because there's been a lot of growth in North Dayton. It's the reason Fernbrook, a big reason Fernbrook is so busy and only going to get busier. And so at some point in time, sooner than later, we need to figure out how to connect North Dayton to the rest of the city. We just don't have a north-south road. We just don't. Yeah, I have 2 minor suggestions to change with the plan, but I guess I'm going to just leave them out because I'm thinking my recommendation is not to adopt this plan. And one of the things that I'm trying to be consistent on too is not to pick on other groups or staff, but when the old village plan came forward, I was disappointed that that just got shoved through and approved because I thought it was crap too. If we're going to approve a plan, let's believe in it. Otherwise, let's use this as a learning tool and exercise for the next time we do it. Maybe the learning tool is what not to do.
I think part of my struggle is there's so many pieces to this plan. Some of the things I do like, and those are the things like some of the architectural designs and making sure that if there is a McDonald's, it can't look like a McDonald's. It has to look like the community it's in, and trying to make sure that we're really prioritizing environmentally friendly designs and things like that, and making sure it looks special. Like, I have no problem with any of that. My problem is with its physical location in the city, right? Like, if we picked up this idea and some of these things and applied them to the historic village, that would make more sense to me, right? So, like, I don't want to say that there's absolutely nothing good in here. I think there are some good things in here. I just don't think this is the proper location for them. And like I said, I was not part of the picking of the space, but to me, this is not that space. And I think we have to think about the roads more. And I do live on Zanzibar, and I was fully aware when I purchased it that the plan was to connect it, and that also there's this bridge plan. And I know that. I'm aware of that fact, But like I bought it fully knowing that. But I think there's a difference between a arterial line that passes through, whose sole purpose is to get cars to go past me quickly and safely, and maybe it's a big giant, overpass that I can just kind of ignore. Yes, it'll be loud, but like it's not going to be, like, there are ways we can do it. And I think we have to decide, are these roads for Dayton residents, Or are these roads for people who don't want anything to do with Dayton and they just want to quickly get from one side to the other? Because that's a very different road that goes in a very different location, and how we connect to it is very different. And I think the transportation plan has to come first. But I don't want to throw everything away, because I think there are some valuable things here, and we spent money on it, and I am cheap. So I do think there are some valuable things here that could be used in other parts of the city that we did get, there was some feedback, and as a mathematician, getting 200 responses on a survey, quite frankly, is amazing. I know it doesn't feel that way, but as I can tell you, that's actually shocking and very high. And so I do think that those residents' input is valuable, and we need to acknowledge it and find a way to use it. I just don't think this is the location in Dayton that it should be used. So I would also I would not be in favor of saying yes to this plan, but I also don't want to just light it on fire. I would like to salvage as much out of it as we can.
There's value in every study. I mean, I'm an architect, I'm a designer. You go through iterations. Some are good, some are bad. You don't show the client everything, So there is value in this, as some of the other commissioners have said. How the development will look, how the character, all that. How the road runs through it obviously is a hot point. It is a thoroughfare that needs to happen from north to south to get that connection, to take pressure off of Fernbrook, like Darren said. Otherwise, it's either that or Brockton, right? We have nothing in the middle with all development coming. Whether this is the right spot for a town center, I don't know, right? Like, it's kind of just plopped in the middle, but so, yeah, I mean, more thought for sure, but I think there's still a lot of things to learn from this. I appreciate all the hard work that's been put into it. Whether we like the graphic on the cover or not, there's still a lot of meat in the proposal that we can learn from, and that we can take a springboard for the next round. So.
I guess the one thing that I would comment back on and piggyback on Darren's comments, we do have a lot of smaller 10-acre plus or minus lots here. That is very tough and a very challenging area. But if we look back at what we want, what we value most about Dayton, and some of the things we hear from residents is we don't have enough of those. And we're showing this plan right through a number of these areas where we have it right on a lake. We have it right, we have existing homes all along 117th. We have the lake properties. Yes, I know there's not homes on all those, but they're individual parcels that could be developed today as that. And that is what I'm struggling with this. Just to the east of here, we have a bunch of 40-acre plus parcels that we don't have anything. We have one home on. And you slide this a little bit over, you realign that roadway that's on Dayton Parkway, you realign it a little bit, and it's right there, and I would buy right into it. But here we have the unique properties in Dayton, and I know not everyone in this room is property owners in this master plan area, but this is what's cool about Dayton, and we need to preserve it. So, with that, do we have a recommendation? Or
I've got some interpretation from what I've heard. So the direction that I'm hearing from the Planning Commission is to focus on kind of where we started out a year and a half, 2 years ago, is how do you connect point A to point B? How do you connect Dayton Parkway to Zanzibar? As far as the location in the town center, if this isn't it, because of, I'm going to say, the difficulties of development, because you have a lot of homes, a lot of smaller acreages, of moving the town center in an area that's more sparsely populated.
I wouldn't agree with that. I don't think the town center location's horrible, because there's going to be a main thoroughfare. I think that the degree of stuff around the town center is the issue in my mind. Maybe if it shifted a little bit to the east, yeah. But in general, it's a no.
Can we take a step back from that and say, can we just figure out how to get from Zanzibar to Dayton Parkway? And I'm not talking Dayton Parkway at 117th. I'm talking Dayton Parkway and the roundabout, because that is the key. I think I think a lot of us in the room, maybe not everyone up here, but where it's connected to 117th is not the right spot. That roundabout is the right spot, where we need to connect Zanzibar to. And how we get there needs to be figured out before we figure out where that town center is. We need to figure out the willing sellers up on the north side and how we're gonna do that, because right now, we've shown for years, we've shown it going through that parcel for years, and the parcel just to the east of that, I said it at the beginning of this, the parcel just for the east of that went for sale in 2022 for $650,000. And you tell me that today is not gonna be over $1 million when the city tries to acquire that parcel. We could've gotten it 2 years ago.
But it's not lined up with Zanzibar.
We're talking a 30-foot offset. A 30-foot offset on either side from a willing seller is a lot more.
So, I'm gonna speak for the council a little bit. The position is that the development of the master plan area isn't gonna move forward without willing property owners selling their land. In general.
So then why are we doing it? That's the whole point.
You still
have to.
We still, at some point in time,
think forward and
first of all, yeah, we have the plans. We've had a lot of feedback that we're not good at planning, and guess what? We haven't been. Our 2040 plan is an issue. We have to plan for it because council changes. Not saying that, the new residents someday are going to outnumber the people that want to preserve Dayton, so we have to plan for it. Executing it's going to be a whole different problem, and it's not going to make people happy, all people, but we have to plan for it. And when it happens, I guess not everyone's going to be happy. It's just that easiest way to say it. But we have to plan for it, otherwise we're going to keep failing like we have.
But right now, we have to decide what we're doing with this plan.
Yeah, I think I've decided. I wouldn't recommend adopting this plan. I'm not saying that we can't use it and study it and bring up topics from it, because there is a lot of great stuff in there about the resiliency and stuff like that for the town center. But I don't think giving the perception that this is the plan for any of the property owners that potentially sell their property to someone that wants to maintain what's there, or someone that even wants to develop, that's the wrong answer to approve this plan, because people make decisions based upon this plan.
All the questions.
Did you have any more clarity?
No, well, just one other note. So again, when this project started, the intent was, and this is before the project started, if the city doesn't have a vision for how we want it to grow, the developers are going to choose for the city. So the whole idea of having this master plan, if it takes 20 or 30 years to develop, it takes that long. But if we don't have a vision, someone else is going to decide for us.
I agree with you 100%, John, which is why I'm so frustrated we haven't looked at South of 117th.
And
developers are going to choose what happens there because we're not doing anything about it.
And I will say we've brought up, and there's members of the audience who can attest to it, because we've brought up for at least 2 to 3 years now the transportation plan of the city, and it has not been addressed. And we thought, not that this was going to be the end-all be-all of addressing it, but it is still the crux of the issue is we don't have a transportation plan that anyone can agree with. And that's why I can't agree with this, is this does not align with the transportation plan in any way that we've talked about.
No, the transportation plan you're referring to is the 2040 comp plan, which was the X, and then we took the X out.
Which we took, yes.
And when the whole focus, the challenge with the X was the entire focus was only on Fernbrook.
Yes.
And it shouldn't have been. It should have been.
And we asked for it to look at everything at that point. And that's the whole problem with this, is we're looking at such a small area to try to solve a small area when it's really a holistic issue.
Right, but what you're being asked to look at is this 1 square mile scope.
And what I'm telling you is, I'm rejecting this because we can't look at the whole issue.
Yeah.
We can't look beyond these boundaries, and therefore we can't go beyond. So
I make a motion to reject this plan.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed to rejecting? Motion is rejected, 4-0. What the plan is.
This will go to the city council on November 26th.
All right.
Thank you. Quick trip.
Do you want to go, have your tongue?
Gotta remind me to
Hey,
come
we
to
actually,
that
we're
one.
gonna fix the microphone before.
Remind me to come to that
Okay.
one.
Before the day's over.
I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. Yeah, I mean, do we just take a 5-minute?
Let's just take a 5-minute break, bathroom break.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
9:06, we'll resume the planning commission. Next item of business, 8C, Kwik Trip.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the Planning Commission, if you recall, this application was a inevitable variance to the sign ordinance requested by the Kwik Trip location located at Maple Court, immediately west of the RDO property along I-94. This development was originally approved in May of 2024 under a conditional use permit. Everything on the site development was approved at that time, minus the sign plan, as that was understood to come back to the Planning Commission and City Council for re-review. And as such, the applicants have applied for a variance to the sign ordinance related to the pylon sign they wish to place adjacent to I-94. The proposed sign is 80 feet tall, 225 square feet, be located not at the primary entrance, which is a code standard, and within a drainage and utility easement. And just for reference, the code standard for sign height for pylon is 25 feet, and the sign area for that same freestanding sign would be 64 square feet. Here's just a review of the variance review criteria. The variance requests are subject to a three-part test requiring the variance to meet all parts of the test that include the property owner proposes to use the property in a reasonable manner not permitted by the zoning ordinance. The plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique to the property not created by the landowner, and the variance, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the locality. And then just a notation, economic considerations alone do not constitute practical difficulties. Within the packet, you've found the Kwik Trip's, the applicant's narrative that addresses a few site constraints related to visibility of a code compliant sign that include grade changes between the subject property and the interstate right-of-way, as well as the Dayton Parkway overpass. And including as well as northwest of the property, is a grove of trees and multiple billboards that are shown within that sign survey that the applicant provided that impede visibility to a code compliant sign. And here are some references to a couple of the pictures that I pulled from the narrative that show sign visibility for this proposed 80-foot, 225 square foot sign. The applicant's reason for the request is mainly based on visibility of a code compliant sign in order for I-94 traffic to be able to recognize that there is a Kwik Trip location off Dayton Parkway and be able to safely maneuver accordingly if they wish to visit that location or not. And I think that in the applicant's original development submittal, they had proposed a 60-foot tall sign. The applicants had done a sign survey for a 60-foot tall sign as well as the 80-foot tall, and the originally proposed 60-foot tall sign would not offer the visibility that the applicants would need to place a sign here. So that is why they have essentially changed that from 60 feet to 80 feet. Staff's review of the request, while staff acknowledges this site and surrounding area pose visibility issues for a code compliant sign, reviewing this rationale against the variance criteria did not necessarily warrant a variance, as there does not appear to be a practical difficulty on the property that wouldn't otherwise allow for a code compliant sign to be built. In this case, a code compliant sign just wouldn't meet the applicant's visibility needs for a freestanding sign along I-94. And then additionally, altering the character of the locality. A sign like this in a mostly undeveloped interstate corridor would likely set a precedence for future development expectations of signage in the area. As you're aware, last month we reviewed a development application for some outlots of a mixed-use development south of I-94, anticipating that there will be future development in that area that could set precedence for future developments to ask for a sign of such as this. So So a couple of questions for the planning commission to consider tonight is, does the applicant's rationale for the request warrant a variance, in this case, based on the information provided? And two, does the planning commission feel that the character of this corridor will be altered if the interstate-oriented sign is approved, setting a precedent for other developments in the future to make similar requests? As I stated before, staff's recommendation was for denial. However, staff did draft 2 resolutions, one for approval, for denial, if you found that the applicant's request warrants a variance. So we have provided you with findings for both in the event that you feel that their rationale makes sense for a variance. So with that, I'll open it up for questions.
2 clarification questions before we have anything else. So tonight's ordinance is only related to the Kwik Trip sign. Nothing else on Kwik Trip's property, just for
the freestanding sign at hand that they propose to have in the, what would be the southeast corner of the property.
And is this a variance from the 60-foot sign, or is this?
I'll go back.
Or would we have to approve a 60-foot sign separately?
No. The variance is for exceeding this code standard of a 25-foot tall sign, and then the 64 square foot tall
area.
I would say that the 60-foot tall sign, originally a part of the site plan, was not approved at that point.
So the 60-foot sign was not approved?
It's a discussion point, but it's, so the variance is to exceed 25 feet.
The variance, so if we were to deny tonight, they can't go back to 60, they'd have to come back in front of us again.
Correct.
We did not approve a 60 last time.
Through my review of the minutes at the planning commission, the city council, it was a discussion point, but never acted on directly. And that it was understood that signage would come back at a later date.
Yep, that's what I recall too. I just wanted to, so we got to discuss the height overall of the sign tonight.
The size.
And the size.
Point of clarification too is 1 versus 2 signs is the variance. So there's also the other sign on Dayton Parkway and Hollydale that's kind of part of this discussion too, just that we can have later.
Correct. That was a
part
part of the site plan, and the applicants have noted that they'd be able to meet the standard in that location for the sign.
Right, although potentially if we approve that sign, maybe we can ask them to do something different with that other sign.
Sure. Absolutely.
Any other questions for staff?
No.
Do we, applicant?
Public hearing.
Or public hearing first. Let's do the public hearing first. 9:14, we'll open the public hearing on this sign issue. Would anyone like to come forward?
Any more people online?
Just remember, just the reason I asked for that clarification, we're only talking about the height of the sign.
Or, well, the area as well.
And the area, I mean, the sign itself, not the gas station location.
Right. Keith Grover, 11320 Fernbrook Lane. I should just have a sticker on my forehead. When I drive along 94, you're getting closer to the cities, coming in from the west, it is so dang butt ugly to see all of those billboards and signage that communities like Rogers have put along the road. I can't imagine why Dayton would want to go down that route. If Kwik Trip knew what our rules were, and they obviously did because you already told them you didn't want them to put that big sign up there, if they knew what the rules were, and yet they still decided to buy the property and go through all that process of getting permission to build Kwik Trip there, they knew what the rules were, they knew what our signage requirements were, I don't see why we would bend over backwards to let them put this huge sign. I mean, that's tall. 60 feet is a long ways up there. And the square footage of the sign is way in excess of from what our rules are now too, right? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah.
I'm not in favor of doing that. If we do it for Kwik Trip, why would we not do it, or why would every other developer that builds something along Dayton Parkway there, between there and Old 101 or anywhere along there, why would they not come to us with the same variance or request? I just see you open up Pandora's box and a can of worms, and first you got one, and you got the next one, then you got the next one, the next one. I think we have rules about signage in the city now that don't get enforced properly. In fact, I know we do. And I think you guys are all aware of that too. But to allow this, this one entity to put this sign up, I just don't think we should do it. That's my opinion. I think they're butt ugly. There's signs along 94 west of here that you can see the gas station for a mile, for crying out loud. And I'm envisioning that's what this thing is going to look like. I don't think we need it in Dayton, and that's my opinion.
Thank you.
Can we put a rendering of the sign up, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll just check. Just for clarification too, in the packet that we were provided, there is some distance relative to sign height.
Yeah.
Anyone else like to come forward on this one? All right. With that, we'll close the public hearing at 9:17. Dean, would you like to?
That's not me this time. I'm here for support.
You're a sign expert.
All right, good evening, everybody. Matthew Lepke, 1626 Oak Street, La Crosse, Wisconsin, home of Kwik Trip. Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you to staff. Hayden's been really good to work with, John as well. Appreciate your having us tonight. Again, just to be clear, 60-foot signs, not what we're talking about. We're talking about this one. This one's 80. We had a sign survey company that does sign surveys all over the country. It's actually based in South Dakota, so not too far away. Perform a survey here at the site. The drawing you see there is at scale. So that is, when you're driving by it, it actually doesn't look much taller than that light pole there, funny enough. But we'll get into more of that in a moment. Again, the pylon sign along Dayton Parkway, 25 feet tall, 64 square feet, that's code compliant. So that one's really not an issue, I don't think, for staff, other than, were you concerned that it's not right at the entrance there on the north side, or are you okay that it's on Dayton because it's close to the northwest?
I think that staff's interpretation was that based on it being on the site plan and access from Dayton Parkway, the location was not a concern.
Okay, all right. So that one, we're good on, it sounds like.
I have a couple questions, but.
Can I just
that's all right.
make a point on this?
Certainly.
At least according to the packet, this is less than a quarter-mile view of the sign.
This particular
Yeah,
photo?
less than a quarter mile, just to give people perspective who may be only looking at this and not the half mile or.
You're on the off-ramp.
Yeah, you're literally on the off-ramp getting off there.
So as you look at the packet, it's obviously got some other images in there. So.
I can pull those up if you'd like, or the.
Yeah.
That slideshow.
May I do my PowerPoint quickly? Sure. And then we'll go into the report with those photos, if that's all right. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. So again, sign survey company from South Dakota that does these all over the country for large truck stops, small convenience stores in, well, all over the United States. So 80 foot, I will say originally what we figured out was that grove of trees across Dayton Parkway. If the sign had been put where it was originally shown on the site plan that went through this summer, the sign would have needed to be at least 125 feet tall. That would not meet one of the variance criteria in city code for basically complying with the neighborhood, not altering the essential character of the locality, that sort of thing. 125 foot tall sign would have not met that. That would have been too tall for the area. So we didn't propose that because that's just too much. The 50-foot tall sign that was mentioned in that staff report this summer was in, as you were saying, the northwest kind of part there, closer to Dayton Parkway, but closer to the interchange. At that height and in that location, you literally could not, eastbound, see it until you were already passing the off-ramp. So unfortunately, that one really wasn't an option. As I say, the only sign you really could have seen coming ahead of time before the off-ramp in that location that was on the plan this summer was 125 feet, which again, non-starter, too tall. So the last spot we surveyed, and I'll have you go ahead in the slides, we've got the trees, we have the overpasses. The overpass, if you're eastbound there, as you're making the corner before it kind of straightens out. And then you've got the overpass itself for Dayton Parkway. Westbound, generally pretty good. You have the billboard in front of RDO there, that digital billboard. Otherwise, though, once you make the corner and the road straightens out, you've got a pretty decent view. So we'll go ahead on the next one. I would now jump into the photos, if we may, from the report. So what the sign surveyor does is he takes videos and still photographs, and he puts up a blimp, and then he can move the blimp. Sometimes he puts it at the height he needs, or sometimes if he does a couple of them, then he can scale based on those other heights that he's measured. He can scale it. So what we're looking at is to scale here. So for example, as we see, this is westbound, and this is 7/10 from the exit. So rounding the corner, the arrow, when he puts that there, means you can't really see the sign. Now you can see it at 6/10, so we're pretty good. Most anybody in any lane at this point, traveling at highway speed, would have enough time to see the sign barely over the digital billboard there. We keep going closer then. Again, you can see it just peeking over the digital billboard. This is 5/10 of a mile, so people should have enough time at speed to get there. 4/10, it's pretty much behind that billboard. Hopefully that's not when somebody's looking to stop. 3/10 of a mile peeks out from behind the billboard. At this point, people better be moving over and getting toward the right lane to get off, especially if traffic's moving at regular interstate speed. Here's 2/10 of a mile, 1/10. You had better be committed at this point, because here's the on-ramp, or the off-ramp rather, excuse me. And then right at the exit, that was the photo we saw a moment ago. And again, you see some of the other lights there on the adjacent property and things. So that's the view as you head westbound. Now the eastbound view is more difficult. Here's 7/10 rounding the corner, it's nowhere in sight. 6/10, same story. 5/10, you might be able to see a fraction of it over the overpass. But again, this presumes people are looking really intently for this. Keep going as we get closer. Thank you for manning this the whole way. 4/10, again, now you're just stuck behind the overpass. Nobody's seeing anything. 3/10 at this point, again, we go by Brockton here. People need to be recognizing the sign and realizing, hey, I need to get gas, or hey, I need to go to the bathroom. And they need to be changing lanes at this point at that speed. 2/10, okay, they've got a decent read on it, but again, you can see where the exit sign is there. It's getting close. So people need to have been making their maneuver at this point. Notice also as we go to the 1/10 sign, or slide here, if you parked a semi up on top of the overpass, or a semi was crossing the overpass there, and you see how tall the signs are above the overpass, the traffic signals and that sort of thing, you'll notice that those digits for what the unleaded and the diesel prices would be are actually pretty much the same height, or barely more than those street lights and those other signals. So this is not looming over things a great deal. This is from the highway, it's going to appear as though it's about 15 feet in the air, because the site's also down in a bowl below Dayton Parkway. So at this point, 1/10 of a mile, I really hope somebody's in the right lane, because if not, at the exit, now it's too late. And not just because there's that semi there. So, again, I know 80 feet sounds like a lot, but this is why we do these surveys, to figure out how does this actually scale out in context. And the other thing you'll notice is this didn't loom over the trees, this didn't loom over all the other signs and everything. It actually gets obscured fairly regularly. So any lower than that, though, as you can see right here, if you parked a semi on top of Dayton Parkway there, I suspect it would probably obscure those price digits at the bottom of the sign at that point. So this is, as I said in Kwik Trip's request letter, this is basically the minimum that we thought we could do that would be visible, but it's not going to be way taller than it needs to be. I've asked for signs that were 100, 105, 130 feet tall in other communities, but those were different contexts. And that's not something that would work here, so we didn't ask for that. If we can jump back to the PowerPoint for a moment. Thank you. So one challenge we had the day of the survey was it got breezy. And with a blimp, obviously, there comes a point at which you have to take it down. I think the guy almost broke his blimp that day because it almost nose-dove into the ground. So, as I say, in this case, he scaled it off of another height that he'd done it. But again, I've seen enough of his surveys to know that they're fairly accurate. So that's what those show. I'm sorry, I don't have a video to literally drive you along, but he takes this, when he's driving and shooting video, he's taking stills as well off his Apple Watch. So that's how the still photos are derived as he's driving along the interstate there.
Was that the blimp, the red balloon that was out there for a number of days? Or?
No, it wasn't. It was only there for probably 2.5 hours.
Oh,
moved
okay.
around. Yeah,
I saw it. I did see it. So
okay, yeah. So no, it was just literally part of one morning, and then
okay.
It got too windy, and then that was it. So it was probably, like I say, only 2.5 hours total.
Okay, I thought it was 2 days for some reason.
No, I wish. We probably would have gotten more videos for you. I'm sorry. So we have the variances as found in city code. Now, I know we were talking about state code a moment ago. This is from city code. So general purpose intent of city code, consistent with comp plan. In this case, the use has already been approved. So we know that there's not really a conflict there. You look at the adjacent zoning, the other properties nearby, you've got B4, you've got BP. So again, this is not going to be something that's much higher in intensity or something from a land use perspective. Part 2 there, reasonable manner not permitted by the zoning code. In this case, the use is fine, it's just the height and the sign area. So it's not necessarily unreasonable, but yeah, is it beyond code? Sure. But I would say compared to a lot of communities, especially those with an interstate going through part of them, code here is rather restrictive. 25 and 64 square feet is not a lot of sign area. So non-economic circumstances unique to the parcel, not created. Obviously, the obstructions nearby, we didn't plant those trees, we didn't put those billboards there, that sort of thing. So we're not contravening B, not altering the essential character of the locality. Again, you look at some of the uses nearby, you've got heavy equipment, you've got warehousing, that sort of thing. So you're not really changing anything that way. Practical difficulties then, I know that's always such a nebulous term in terms of these sorts of things, but again, part of the problem is something closer to what staff originally talked about this summer in the staff report, literally cannot be seen at all from one direction until you're literally past the exit already. So that's really not practicable from a safety standpoint for anybody driving through who's not familiar with the area. They're not going to know to look, and it's going to be too late by the time they finally see it. So part of it is trying to make sure people have enough advance notice, and that's what we demonstrated with those pictures a moment ago, that people would 5/10 in, that sort of thing from both directions, be able to see this. It's just tall enough. Barely see it over that billboard if you're headed westbound. Eastbound, you can see it just enough over Dayton Parkway, so that people would be able to make the decision with enough advance notice so they're not trying to cut off somebody at the last moment, because people are often not aware of their surroundings when they're driving. So again, that's the main reason why this is being requested at that height. I would say in terms of the sign area part of it, if you would put up that slide in your presentation, just to show it again. I understand 200 and some square feet sounds like a lot at first, but if you look at it and you think about it at the height, at 80 feet in the air, those price digits, for example, with the product names above them, are 5'4" tall. So imagine somebody 5'4" standing on that pole there. From that distance, especially from a half mile away, it's not very big. It's more just recognizing, hey, I see red and I see green. That's probably a gas station. The Kwik Trip sign itself, 20 feet wide, 6 feet tall. Again, in the grand scheme, on an interstate, it's not that large. A Love's station, for example, those truck stops, you see those a lot. Again, this is 225 square feet. A lot of Love's stores have signs between, I would say, 1,100 and 1,300 square feet. So this is nowhere near the size of something like that. So I think there is a distinction to be made there. And again, this is something, Kwik Trip does have signs that are 1,000 square feet. There aren't many of them right now, but they're in places where the circumstances are a lot different. So there is care taken to try to find, okay, what is the minimum we can do here that would work for everybody? People can see it, but it's not going to overpower the surroundings. And that's how we've arrived at this. This really isn't the standard design we would do for a sign like this anymore, but it was the design that seemed most appropriate for the area. So that pretty much covers what I wanted to say. Certainly, if you need to call up the pictures again or anything else, I'm happy to answer additional questions.
Any additional questions for the applicant?
Is there any data that says how much these types of signs drive your business? You know, I'm thinking of like, you know, obviously you're serving truck drivers, so it's a lot of through traffic.
Yes.
Anybody that's in the area knows it's there and doesn't need the big sign, right? So do you know any idea of like how much of your business is driven by that and not people on there watching Google Maps and saying, oh, there's Kwik Trip, let's go?
And you've touched on why it's very difficult to measure. There's so many, there's marketing, there are flyers, there are radio ads, there are TV ads, there's a sign, all these different things, as you say, Google Maps, Apple Maps, whatever it may be. It's very hard to measure what piece of the pie each one of them occupies because they're all happening at the same time. Was it that we had a good sign that people could see? Was it that we had the bake sale going on right now and somebody really wanted a donut? It's really hard. So unfortunately, I don't have, I'm not just telling you I don't have, I honestly have never seen, and my boss and I even talked about that, that it's very hard to come up with discrete percentages of the business based on this or this or this, and that's what's hard about it.
Yeah.
We hope they all work well. That's
Sure.
the answer.
From someone who drives quite a bit back and forth, because my family lives on the other side of Wisconsin, so I have a 5-hour drive. I don't usually depend on those signs. I depend on the blue signs on the side of the highway that tells me when it's coming up, because I have been tricked by these signs where it's right there and I get off and I'm like, where the heck is this gas station? Like, I see your giant sign at the exit, but like I literally can't. And so I'm like, well, I'm not gonna go searching for it. So I've learned to not look for these signs because I have been fooled by them. I look at the blue sign on the side, it tells me if it is there, and then it usually has the arrow and tells me which way and whatever. So just for my own personal use, that's what I rely on. I rely on those blue signs, not the big giant signs. That being said, like when I look at that picture, that isn't that big, but when I look at it compared to the other signs around, like when we look at the other image, I don't know if it was in here where it was compared, that one, like that does feel really much larger. So I'm kind of torn between that because you are in a bowl, right? Like you aren't like at the same level, and so I do think there are some two very conflicting things there for me. Is that if I just saw the pictures and said, does this sign seem reasonable? I'd say, yeah, it does. And then you're like, but this, and I think that goes to the code, and like, we have all these other businesses across the street that are gonna come, and they're like, but you let Kwik Trip. And you're like, yeah, but you don't have the same, like, they were literally in a bowl, and you're not in a bowl. Like, so I think if I'm not a hard no, but I'm also not really a yes, I think I would really rely on what the other people on the Planning Commission have to say on this one, because I think I could see logical arguments on both sides, but just from a practical standpoint of when I am driving in an unfamiliar area by myself, so I don't have someone to use Google Maps for me, and I'm driving, so I'm not using my phone, yes. I rely heavily on the blue signs on the side of the road, and that's how I make my decisions, but I am but one person, so.
And you make a good point, because context is so important. If you don't have that sense of scale, the blue signs where they fail us when we rely on them is when you get off the highway, all you know is that somewhere off this exit is a Kwik Trip or is a Casey's or a Speedway or whatever it may be. But until you get farther along, and not everywhere has these, then Once you're off the ramp and you're committed, then it tells you how far it is. 0.4 of a mile, 1/10 of a mile. That's actually where I've found these sorts of signs are helpful, is because if you don't have the sign that someone can see when he or she reaches the top of the off-ramp, then as you said a moment ago, you're lost because there's this rumor that there's this store if I turn right, but where is it? And when I get to this intersection here, do I turn left? Do I turn right? Do I go straight? Where is it? And if there's not a sign like this for you to identify, that's where the blue signs even fail us, and that's what's difficult. So, I mean, I totally understand what you're saying, but that's part of the reason why you need this identifiable sign, is to guide people home once they see that blue sign. And one other thing I would say as well, the question came up about, okay, wouldn't everybody do something like this? What if we had other businesses, other developments, whatever it may be? Signs like this are not cheap. I would estimate, in fact I know because 2 fairly local sign companies bid to do this job, we're talking $123,000 to $130,000 to build that sign. So the barrier to entry to trade on something like this, to erect a sign like that, is probably not something everybody could do. And finally, one other piece I would add is, again, are we talking about local traffic or are we talking about traffic passing through? Traffic passing through doesn't know the area. Traffic passing through may or may not be looking at its map on its phone, right, or its GPS. But that's where, for people who aren't familiar with the area, having something like this that's identifiable, okay, I get right off the interstate here, and right here's the site. And you guide them right in from there. It's fairly simple that way. Those are important factors as well, because somebody driving through from Fargo is not looking, okay, where's Hobby Lobby? That's not their concern. They have Hobby Lobby there. They have other things there. But food and fuel and that sort of thing are the more immediate needs when you're driving a long distance. That's where it needs to be readily identifiable, and that's why this sort of request, I believe, is different from another type of business, because you are catering to those people driving through the area.
You make compelling arguments. I think you actually kind of shot yourself in the foot a little bit, though, because this sign isn't going to drive you home once you're on the on-ramp, because you're going to see it. It's in a bowl. You're on top of it. It's going to be this beautifully well-lit beacon of Kwik Trip to pull you into, right? So
that's what the other sign on Dayton Parkway does. That gets you home if this one doesn't.
Well,
yes.
It does, but it's going to be
but
very,
for
it's going to be
eastbound
very
traffic,
visible.
they have to see this so that they know to
True.
get off and turn left. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
I was gonna say, do we know the height from Dayton Parkway?
Adams, yeah.
Like,
How high to the sign?
to the height of the sign?
How deep is the bowl?
So
It looks like a,
So I was just looking up that just to give some perspective after the light pole was pointed out.
Yep.
So the light pole is 40 feet high, and it is at an elevation about a 950, which puts that actual light fixture up at about a 990.
Yep.
The sign is at about a 930, and it's 80 feet high to put it at about 1010. So the sign would be about 20 feet higher than that light, on its final elevation.
The other question I have, and I know it's not practical for Kwik Trip to do this, but is there anything preventing Kwik Trip to bring in 30 feet of fill and then put the sign on top of that?
So the sign location is in a drainage utility.
so they can't.
I understand that point of it,
Oh,
but if they were to put it on
anywhere
the
else.
center of their site and they were to raise their site up 50 feet, can they put a 25-foot sign on top of that
Yep.
legally? So, from that standpoint, I mean, I just want to point out that like, we're not.
How would
Yeah,
you grade that?
I think what Peter's trying to get pointed
Yeah.
out is don't get lost in the details.
Don't
of
get
80
lost in the
feet versus
details of
60
80 feet
or 40
versus
feet.
60 feet. You guys could theoretically raise your site if you want, right, to a certain point and still get that sign height with a 25-foot sign and still be at that top elevation. That's what I'm getting at. It's not for you, it's for us.
Yeah, and the grading and the drainage and a lot of
Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that. This is for these guys, not for you.
I don't have any more questions for the applicant. I don't know if do you guys have any more questions?
I guess the one thing we talked about earlier, I think, Paul, you pointed out, was because they're bringing this sign and now a second sign on Dayton Parkway, is there anything on the second? I mean, I'll be honest, I don't have an issue with the main sign, this sign, and what it is compared to, I think they showed enough hardship with the billboards, the overpasses, the other things in the area. To me, it compelling enough to, okay, and then my comment of, well, they theoretically could raise the site 20 feet and go a 60 feet sign, but that's not practical.
Do you have a distance that is the ideal distance where you identify the sign in order for people to move over? Is it a mile? Is it a half mile?
It's hard to say because these digits in this sign are already smaller than what industry standards would recommend for recognition from a certain distance. So it's more, I'm embarrassed to say it, but I'm trying to get something approved, and what I think I can get approved is something that's basically going to be red and green, and people will recognize, especially if they drive a lot, hey, that's, okay, there's a convenience store, they have fuel, I'll go there. They recognize at least that's what that means, and once they get closer, then they'll finally be able to read the sign.
Yeah.
But yeah, the digits and the sign face should be larger.
The one question I had about the second sign on Hollydale and Dayton Parkway, and I get it, it's code compliant, but you're also asking for a variance here, but
Yep.
I'm going to defer to another member on the planning commission that really loves signs. I noticed that height is 16 feet. And maybe that's the right height so you don't see cars, but I was wondering if that one could be lower so it's not as prominent on Dayton Parkway. Like, what's the word I'm looking for?
More like a monument.
Yes, on a monument.
And what height are you thinking of the monument?
That'd be the question for you is what's the total height you need? I had that sign up. It looks like it was 12 feet.
Mr. Chair, for clarification, I think the standard height for a monument sign for Dayton's code is 8 feet tall.
Would you be able to see it from the other side of the interchange over the bridge at that point? No, you don't think so?
I don't think you need to
Well, you
because
would
of the
have
Quick
this-
Trip banners on the side of your building and everything. I mean, but that was my comment, I guess, is that we can discuss this further. But my question to you is, would you be acceptable? It looks like your current sign is 9 feet by 7 feet there. Like if that was raised up 4 feet off the ground, and so it was 13 feet by 7 feet. And I guess I'm going to defer a little bit to the architect too and the commission about how does that look? How does that function? Is there issues with that? Maybe it's better to have it up so you're not blocking visibility too. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, part of the height too is for visibility for the turn, right? So
Yeah.
the sign's not blocking the intersection.
Do we have one, if you show on the site plan, where is that one exactly for Hollydale and Dayton Parkway?
Number 13 right there.
The 13?
So it's right off the road.
So you're really not
area.
blocking anything one way or the other? Because it's further from the intersection. Anyway, that'd be one
Yeah,
of
I mean,
my
it's-
comment.
The road's divided, but there's no trees in the middle of it, so what you see from one side, you'll see from the other side. Yeah, I mean, I'm, as I've stated in previous meetings, I am anti-sign typically. I do understand the freeway sign, especially coming from the north, traveling southbound and having visibility, because if it wasn't that tall, you wouldn't see it at all. So I get that, but yeah, anything like, once we get on Dayton Parkway though, like, I agree with Darren, like if there's anything we can do to study that one to see if it can be lower or just be a monument sign on the ground or something like that and still have success.
I'm not opposed to a monument. I think it's still just a matter of, as you said, can people on both sides, I would say, of the overpass, for example, at least be able to see it? Again, you would say, well, I hope they can see this other sign, it's taller. They ought to be able to recognize that. It's in an angle that you would hope they could read it. But yeah, I mean, this sign we're talking about now, sign 13, is that sort of your, okay, you found us, here's what we have, we have more fuel products listed, we have the message center, that sort of thing. But this sign, I almost view, looking at the site, as being more the locally oriented sign.
Correct.
Because it's more the height and size we would have for a store in the middle of town, that kind of thing.
Yeah, the freeway sign, I think, is actually a really good location for that southbound traffic when you get to the top of the ramp, because it's farther away from the corner of the street, right? It's down that exit ramp from the northbound traffic, so when you come up the bridge, it's still going to be in front of you off to your left. Not, if it was up in the corner of Dayton Parkway and the entry of that exit ramp, then you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't be able to read it properly, right? So I think you still have the benefit of that to get you to turn that way. You won't see the building yet because you're down in a hole probably, right? You're too far back. But I also don't know if you'd see this 25-foot sign from that exit point either. But it's hard to tell without.
You're going to see the canopy, though.
Yeah, you're going to see the canopies and the roof line signs.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you'll see the big sign first, right? That's
Yeah.
going to be over here, and then I think you're still low there, but I think you see that sign as you cross the
I'm
bridge.
okay with the sign they proposed along Dayton Parkway. I guess that was my question to you, is if it's more aesthetically pleasing to have a monument sign there, I would suggest that. And I'm okay with the tall sign. I think there's enough going on with the hole in the ground, and I want to see the business be successful that and I'm not too worried about the precedence because we don't have that many freeway sites, and I think that's the unique thing about this site, is it's on the freeway.
In a hole.
Yeah, and our other freeway sites are all wetland that are undeveloped.
I think you'll see a monument sign or the sign just fine after you've crossed the bridge, and you'll see the building and everything at that point. So then it's just a matter of, does it need to be the height in order to read
I would
the
say
messaging?
I would say it'd have to be the southbound Dayton Parkway would have to be able to read it more so than
North.
the
People
others.
coming off the
More
freeway.
so than northbound on the other side of the interstate. And with that, I mean, I'd rather see a monument sign in personally, but either way is fine.
I'm not strong about it.
Yeah,
It could be done. It could be done. Yeah, I'm not married to one over the other. We have several stores with monument signs. If you're more comfortable with that, I think we're just dialing in what height you'd like it at. I have 25-foot tall monument signs.
I don't want that.
Yeah, I didn't think you did, but I thought I'd offer.
Yeah,
So-
if you have the 9x7, I think if you could present something to council, I have an option of, maybe it's 13x7, so like I was saying, I'm picking 4 feet, maybe it can be 3 feet, maybe it's 5 feet. But if you could show them an example, I think that would help.
I was going to say, actually, if you were to do a monument sign, it'd be, to me, no higher than 16 feet, or this sign would be my two options. And I'm not married to either one. I think monument signs look nicer than the pedestals.
Yep.
Fine.
Yeah, they look classier.
Yep. And this is, I think if you could present 2 examples to council, that would be great.
I don't typically think of gas stations as classy. No offense. Like, I like Quick Trips.
Oh,
They're good.
wow.
They're good. But I don't necessarily think.
I'm talking signs here, not. Remember, we're talking signs.
I understand that,
I know,
but
when's
it's
the
a
last
sign
time
for
you've been
a
to a
gas
Quick Trip?
station. I'm not like, ooh, this is a classy gas station. They got a monument sign.
Convenience store.
Convenience store. Sorry. This is a
Travel
classy
center,
convenience store.
yes.
Yeah, convenience store.
But
Splendid.
I mean, they're classy enough, I wouldn't mind one at Balsam.
you mentioned.
I was
that.
waiting for that.
Right. So there's 4 variances here. One by one, I think they're all okay, and I think they meet the criteria. So I'm going to make a motion to approve the variance for Kwik Trip for variances 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is the 2 signs, the height of 80 feet, away from the main entrance and in the DNU.
Just a point of clarification, were there any conditions related to that second sign that you wanted to include on that? Otherwise, the way that it would be now approving the variance as is, they would be allowed to come back and apply for a sign like this through a sign permit. I just wanted to make that clear is that,
I don't know how to make it a condition because I'm fine with either one.
Sure.
But I'm suggesting strongly to the applicant to show two options to the council because I think there's an agreement up here that we think monuments would look more attractive.
sure. And that's why I wanted to pose the questions.
Yeah.
Are there specific heights at which you'd like to see the examples?
I agree with Peter that the monument sign shouldn't be any greater than 16 feet.
All right. How about 16 and 12?
12 feet wide?
No, 16 feet tall and 12 feet tall. Those would be the two examples.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect.
We'll do that.
Yeah, thank you. I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 4-0.
Just a question for clarity, when we're talking about the monument sign, like this is a solid sign, not a pedestal sign.
Brick base, whole
Yep.
width.
Yep.
Yes, agreed.
Classy.
Classy sign.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Classy sign.
We'll start, instead of monument signs, classy.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it.
See you guys next time.
Sounds good. You got that in there. Nice.
All right, item 8D. We are at
Right on time.
9:52.
I just gotta keep track of
Hope you got some caffeine
how we're doing.
pills.
I did have a copy.
Recommendation for approval of comprehensive plan amendment, zoning map amendment, and PUD preliminary plat of Parkway neighborhood.
There's a lot going on with this project, so yeah, I'm gonna apologize if I jump around a little bit. So this is the Parkway neighborhood. I think this has been in front of the planning commission at least twice. I want to say it was last summer and then again in January. So in January, the planning commission tabled this because a EAW was needed, and that just kind of stopped the review process. So before I forget to mention, when the planning commission takes an action, you have to untable it and then reopen the public hearing. So again, the applications for this project is for a comprehensive plan amendment to amend the sewer staging plan, zoning map amendment to change the zoning from A1 to GMU 5, and I'll go over this in a little bit more detail. A planned unit development, a preliminary plat, and a site plan review. Just geographically, the project we were just talking about is the Kwik Trip site that's on called the east or the north side of 94, and now we're on the west or the south side of 94. So it is, I'm trying to remember how many acres it was. 51 acres. I would say it's characterized quite a bit by wetland and floodplain, or complicated quite a bit. This is the site plan, so we have, the intention is this would be developed in, I believe, 4 phases. First phase is to construct the road and to build a 180-unit apartment building on, this will be lot 1. And then we have, second phase will be an additional apartment building. Lower density, but still apartment buildings, and phase 3 will be a larger density apartment building, than phase 4 would be commercial. And I don't know if phase 3 and phase 4 would be, which one will be first, but. So altogether, it's 650 units total. So with the preliminary plat and the site plan review and all this, you're looking at the larger scale of it, but then with the, I'm gonna say with the preliminary plat and the site plan, it's focused on just the first 180 unit apartment building. Okay, so first application for the comprehensive plan amendment, and this is specific to change the sewer staging area from 2020 to current. So the staging area goes anywhere from the current as in it's served now by sewer to post 2050, and it goes in 10-year increments. So the intention here is, before a property is served or an area is served by sewer, it would be changed to current. When this was tabled by the Planning Commission in January last year, that proposal was for the entire triangle. And I know last month we talked about the Shaney property, or Dayton Creek, which is adjacent to this property, and the question came up, why don't we look at the whole thing? We did look at the whole thing a year ago, I just couldn't remember last January, so, yes. Second application is to amend the zoning map from A1 agricultural to GMU 5. So GMU stands for General Mixed Use District. GMU 5 is specific to the triangle area on the west side of 94. The conservation planned unit development. Within the 2040 comprehensive plan, there are areas that are designated as a greenway overlay. So these are generally areas where there's some type of natural corridor. In this case, it is Rush Creek that flows through here, and then there's an expansive wetland and floodplain area. The comprehensive plan and the zoning code requires that any area that's guided for greenway overlay is required to be developed as a conservation plan unit development, or PUD for short. Well, the conservation PUD, the intention is that there's some kind of a public benefit to having a PUD that we're preserving. So natural areas or view sheds or whatever the Plan Commission and City Council want to define that as. And in exchange, the developer is allowed to do something that's not allowed by code. So in this case, I'm going to call it deviations to the city code. The developer is asking for deviations in reduced parking, the number of parking, as well as parking size, and then as well as landscaping. And I'll get into that in a little bit. So here in this slide, I'm mentioning that public benefits would be the expansion of wetlands and floodplain areas, and so that I'm going to say that is everything, this whole area that is on the south or west side of the street. Lot 1, which is the 180 unit apartment building, has higher design standards than what the code would require. Outlot A, which is the commercial area, is intended to include a trailhead for Three Rivers Park District. Excuse me. So Three Rivers does intend on having a regional trail that follows this roadway up to Dayton Parkway, and then it goes east. And there's a map that's included in the staff report that shows kind of the big picture of Dayton as far as regional trails go. And then Outlot B, another public benefit is to preserve this woodland area in a conservation easement, and that would happen at the time Outlot B is platted. Okay. Preliminary plat, again, what we're looking at is platting the right-of-way for the street, as well as Lot 1, and then everything else is outlots. Again, on the west side of the road, this is intended to just be open space, undeveloped. And then Outlot A, B, and C would be developed in the future. Site plan review, this is specific to the apartment buildings, of the layout of the property, the design of the building, landscaping, all of that. Then we get into the actual building itself, and I know that I have a hard time seeing this, I don't know about you. This is the breakdown to the number of bedrooms, and kind of where it is, and I'll have Michael and Ben kind of get into the division of how many bedrooms per, percentage of one bedrooms versus two bedrooms, and so on. Design of the building, critical issues. So we have wetland impacts, the billboard, conservation, PUD, tree preservation, parking, and landscaping. Excuse me. Specific to the wetland impacts, this still needs approval from the TEP, or the Technical Evaluation Panel. There's been one review of it. There will be a second review next week. So depending on the outcome of that meeting, the wetland impacts or the wetland mitigation may change the project. Not as it relates to Lot 1 for Phase 1, but it will for the additional development on the north side. As far as the billboards go, within the city code, billboards are intended to be the principal use of a property. Within the code, if in order for land with a billboard on it to be developed, The intent is for the billboard to go away or for it to be platted as a separate lot. So probably the most recent example we have is with the Opus project that was several months ago. So Opus is located on County Road 81 in Dayton Parkway. It was a vacant property with an existing billboard, and the billboard was platted off as its own separate lot. In this case, it's intended to just be on the same property as, I don't know whether it's an easement or I'm going to say a private easement, but it's on the same property as the apartment building. So a question for the Planning Commission is if you're comfortable with the billboard staying as far as an allowed deviation from city code, or if you want to require the billboard to be removed. Tree preservation. So there's 3 or 4 wooded areas. Most of these are going to be removed with the project. The exception is the wood area. This is a large wetland area. The exception is the woodland on the north side of the wetland between the wetland and the on-ramp onto 94. Staff's recommendation is if these woods are going to be preserved, is that this be included in a conservation easement that would protect it from future development. It's part of the public benefit of calling this a conservation PUD. Let's see, parking. So this was discussed quite a bit at the January meeting. The parking requirement for apartments is 1 garage stall per unit and then 1 surface stall per unit plus a half a parking space for every 5 units. So for the 180 unit apartment building, there's 180 garage stalls that are required, which this project meets, and then 198 surface stalls, which this project is proposing 165. The Planning Commission, when this was discussed in January, was fine with that. The developer is also asking for a reduced parking size from, whereas the code requires 10 by 20, they're proposing 9 by 18. January, the Planning Commission was also okay with that. I think at that time in January, there were going to be some stalls that were full-size 10 by 20. That's been removed. So what's being proposed is all 9 by 18. Landscaping. So in city code, we have requirements for, I'll call it shade trees, ornamental trees, evergreens, and shrubs. So on the slide here, it mentions what is required. The plan is deficient by 2 ornamental trees, which I'm sure the developer can find a place to put 2 more. More so is there's a shortage on shrubs. And the code does not require perennial plantings or flowers to be planted. There are, I don't know, I'm just going to say thousands of flowers that are planned to be planted, just not necessarily shrubs. So the question for the Planning Commission is, are you supportive of the deviation in the number of shrubs? That is it. We have the applicant here to answer any questions. And again, when you open up the public hearing, if you could untable it and then open the public hearing.
I guess with that, we will untable and reopen. Do we have to have a motion on table it? Or just reopen it?
I don't know.
I don't recall.
I'll make a motion.
There you go. Yeah.
I'll make a motion to untable the action.
I'll second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? 4-0, we are untabling this and reopening the public hearing at 10:05. Anyone here for comment on this besides the applicant?
He's ready.
Michael's always ready. All right. I guess with that, we will close the public hearing at 10:05. Would you like to come forward?
Yes.
There's one who's never asked any questions. Do you want to plug in?
No.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you again.
Hello.
One of the comments that John made about the parking, I think when we were here in January,
there was some dialogue about this change size. And maybe Ben can verify this, but we're perfectly good with, and I think he was going to create some of the 10 by 20s for like larger pickup trucks and stuff, keep those on the outside. I somehow think like we had 18 or 19 of those. We also, from the last meeting, have updated and corrected, if you will, our plan coming into the buildings, so we come in between the two. You guys had made some comments about that area, so I think, you know, all of the things that came from our January dialogue and the feedback that you guys gave us, I believe that we responded favorably and have updated our drawings to that. So to the extent that drawing doesn't have any 10 by 20s, we'll gladly put some back in, because I think it's appropriate for some portion of our rental community. We'll have those, you know, larger vehicles, but recollection says that our request on the 9 by 18 for the rest of them, I think if you looked at 100 projects around the city, that's sort of the new norm, and I think your parking sizes are, you know, dated.
Bigger than average, yeah.
Bigger than that, yeah.
We drive trucks in Dayton.
Yeah. Amen. Yes, I know.
Some people
Yes.
drive trucks in Dayton, not all of us.
There's a whole line of trucks in the parking lot out there,
I
and
know.
I've all backed in.
Tuck my tiny car in between them.
Yep.
So I think, you know, this parking was one of the issues. More broadly speaking, you know, the good news is the concept plan that we, you know, came in and shared with you back originally in June and then carried forward into January, you know, continues to evolve a little bit, but largely, you know, the good news is when we were here in January, we didn't have, there was a number of things in process, including this whole EAW that was a 9-month venture. But I think more importantly, with regard to, you know, our wetlands and things, we've got a good package. It's all been submitted, and we met with them today, kind of, you know, informally. So broadly speaking, 1 year later, we're about where we expected, and that is to break ground in the spring on the first apartment project. The area that you see, number 7 and 8, Ben and I are meeting regularly Wednesdays for a couple of hours every week, and we expect to be back in with a second plat application for you guys December 31st, which will start then what we call phase 2 or part 2, which is the numbers 7 and 8. And we're just finishing up some really exciting, you know, drawings. The product is, as has always been the case, you know, we're trying to create the Parkway neighborhood that has some differential and variety. So the first project that we do is the 4-story, has elevators, a little bit smaller unit sizes, and the second project to the south is that's predominantly 3-story and 2-story, no elevators, walk up, and you have, if you will, tuck under garages. So a little bit different product mix, different client base, etc. The size of 7 and 8 are going to be around 165, 175 units. The main one on number 6 is 180, and then as John just mentioned, area number 4, those are 2 buildings where, again, likely those will go back to a 4-story product that has elevators and gives us about a 25 unit per acre density. So all collectively, the neighborhood ends up with about 600 homes, residential, and then, as you can see, the number 2, if I could just suggest to you, it was there as a, frankly, this EAW process says, tell us the maximum everything that you could possibly do on this site so that we can stress that out at an environmental basis, without necessarily thinking is that site hasn't been underwritten as even financially feasible. It's also part of a bowl. And so to speak about the economic viability of it or that's going to happen anytime soon, it's not. But it is there. We've measured it out. There's about 10,000 square feet that could happen as a service retail, could be a variety of, you know, again, to create some mixed uses. It is an ideal spot for that. But the residential product is you know, very well on its way. We've got great interest in those first 2 projects, so phase 1 and 2. again, we'll have the plat going in on the second phase here at the end of the year. And so our hope and our intention right now, we're working with TEP and Army Corps of Engineers. That should give us a wetland permit approval process getting done in the March, early April. And so with that, we would be ready to immediately begin mass grading and all the earthwork, setting the stage for vertical construction of both the 4-story apartments and the other lower density stuff in the Phase 2 project in the 2025 building year. He mentioned the trail, no change there. As you guys remember, when I was kind of inventing this all, reached out to Three Rivers. They're good. They have a trail to the south that's in Maple Grove coming across and in through those neighborhoods south of the church there, or the temple, whatever they call it. And so they're on board. It's a really, I think, a wonderful addition, not only to the neighborhood, but really to the community as a whole. It's connecting us into Maple Grove. That comes all the way over to the Elm Creek Preserve. And then as it comes north, as John mentioned, we'll have a trailhead that goes west and eventually will become part of the Crowhassan connection. And then it goes north to what they call, I think, the Diamond Lake corridor. So it really is a pivotal spot to kind of make the connection between Elm Creek Preserve and Long Range, the Crowhassan out to the west, and whatever goes on up north. I think it comes up and into, what you guys refer to as North Dayton, where we are now. So I think we've, done nice in incorporating that. John mentioned, the way it turns out, I, would have loved to have seen another 10 acres of, to the west, but we just got a lot of bloody water going around. This Rush Creek thing is there, and so all of that area to the west, the good news is it's an area that's not regularly flooded, but it's covered with these 100-year floodplains and all these other restrictions. So it's a very low probability that we're going to see, quote, habitable or built spaces to the west, and certainly not on our radar right now. It's, left for retention and so forth. But I think we've done a splendid job in not only utilizing the space that we do have, but I would like to say we spent a tremendous amount of time really analyzing the market, what's driving, what's the housing needs for the area. And I think we've got product that is exceptionally well suited for this location, the Dayton municipality, and being able to create a really sustainable neighborhood. And that's about it. Any questions?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment on the trees versus shrub thing. You're actually over in trees by 267%, and you're only under in shrubs by 64%. So I feel like from a trade-off standpoint, the amount of trees more than makes up for the loss in shrubs. Right. So I have no issue with that, considering how many trees are on site. If there is anything, I believe one thing was mentioned that there's the little chunks of trees, and one of them was a better quality tree.
Heritage trees.
Yes. Yeah. And that we were going to lose more of those. Like if there's any way, I know it adds to the cost, but if there's any way we can save those.
I went through this whole thing.
Yeah.
The guy even went out there and learned how they do it. So we have this thing with the trees. I could tell you Jason's, what's it, Anthony? Haha, it's so cool. So you look at this, so you'll look at the drawing and we can see 2-inch, 4, 6, blah, blah, blah. And there's some of these that are, we're not taking down any like trophy trees.
Okay, cool.
I went through, the big area where we're doing trees is only in the bottom right in Phase 2.
Okay.
And I walked it with Anthony from Stantec.
Yeah.
And the girl that was doing all the wetland stuff. And there's no trophy trees on the south.
Okay.
It's the ones up around the pond. And all that stuff's getting preserved. We're going to do a lot of cleaning up and lights, and it's going to look really, really very, very sharp.
Yeah, no, so I'm happy with that, and I think like I said, the trees more than make up for the shrubs in my mind.
Just to add on to that before I forget, so most of the larger trees that are being removed are cottonwoods. There's an exception where they're...
My husband will be so on board with that. It's
there's three...
We had the cabin messing around.
Yeah, I got a quick question for you.
Before I forget, there's 3 large oaks. They're right in the middle of the road. that are 3 feet or so in diameter, so
You
they're
should.
large. Yeah, there's,
Move the
well,
road.
whether it's in the road or the slope of the road, there's, without moving the road.
You
there's
should
no
work
way
with
to
a
say-
woodworker to at least, you could at least save them.
I'm in. Go, let me tell you, I don't want to, yeah.
I got a quick question, only because it's 10:15 at night, so we're gonna try to keep this moving along.
Yes.
Thank you. EV charging stations, staff had a recommendation about not putting them in the garage. I understand where they're coming from. I wanted to maybe hear your perspective, if you were planning to put them in the garage, and what you're hearing from your research on whether that's appropriate or not.
Well, I think, we clearly see from a demand basis, there's an audience for people that are buying these and leasing these, and that's going to continue. And I think even more so, this apartment building, when you look at that demographic, they're going to be a little bit younger, younger people. My son driving, this is just, so we want to, first and foremost, just, we're paying attention to what's the customer need, what do they want, and trying to more than satisfy that requirement. So I would say, defer a little bit to Ben, but, if your question is, do we put them just inside versus out, in my opinion.
I'm more focused on the inside from staff's comment. I'm assuming if you put them outside, it's not an issue.
Right. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm good with kind of either or both. I have no objection to using them. Obviously, we want to put in a proper amount of them based on the number of units and the logical number of possible cars. But, we're doing a ton of stuff all with regard to electric and consumption.
And, I guess my fear with putting a comment like that as a condition to staff perspective is things are going to keep evolving and changing, that they might become safer, or what they put in is maybe it's not the charging station issue, it's the cars issue.
Mm-hmm.
So there's going to be that constant balance. And so if anything, maybe, code will get updated, or you have some requirement about the fire suppression system around where these charging stations are. Apartment just partially burned down because of an electric bike. Electric bikes are going to be bigger issues because there's so many knockoff, because not everyone wants to pay $3,000 for an electric bike, that they're going to be a bigger issue than cars probably.
Sure.
So in my mind, it's the fire suppression.
Yeah. So, and the issue is, I'm a little sensitive about it. So, the way the electric cars are now, once they catch on fire, there's no way to put it out. You got to let the car burn out. If it's in a garage where, you have 180 other cars or 179 other cars, that's a catastrophic fire.
Yep.
So the intent is, I'm going to say until.
Are we being unique?
That's where I'm going with this.
Yeah, because if we're not being unique, that's
we
not
might be
okay.
unique.
This is unique.
I couldn't answer that.
I think
I assume it's a precast plank lid on top of the parking with a fire sprinkler system inside the garage.
Correct.
Yes, correct. Ben Delich with Cost Wilson Architects. Yeah, it will be in actually its own separate building, 3-hour rated construction separating everything. And it is pretty common now that we're putting at least a handful of electric vehicle charging stations in. And a lot are actually equipped for more in the future, just they don't buy the actual equipment themselves. So that is pretty typical. And I did want to clarify on the parking before, we did sneak it into John real late, but we did put in, I think, 20 total truck parking stalls to hit that requirement. A little miscommunication on my part with the civil engineer late, but we did get it in there, and it's still, we are still able to get the parking situated. So.
Okay. So 3-hour envelope is what I'm hearing on the construction part, and then.
I got no more questions for the applicant.
I guess the only one I had was more for staff related, or we had an area of trees that we were not removing in the overall site, kind of around that number.
Let me.
Yes.
The north.
There's a better map. I just got to find it.
Yeah. So my question with this relates more to our density counts, and are we able
unit counts or tree counts?
Unit counts.
Okay.
Are we able to pull this out?
So then,
if you put it in a conservation easement, does that remove it from the equation?
It does.
Okay, perfect. That's what I needed to know. Move on.
Is that tree area, though, in part of that future phase, though? I feel like that future phase comes across the top of that wetland, or am I not aligning my maps properly in my head?
So this is where a big dependence happens. Depends on what happens next week with the TEP panel on.
We'll see that one in the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
Is that the fair answer?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not
it
part
may
of this.
change.
Yeah, it's not part of this. Yeah.
And it was one of those things to prove out the most density we could for the EAW. We kind of maximize the footprint of that building, but you are correct that it does kind of show it going into that space, but it's a little bit of a.
If we were building our buildings, it's in that drawing right
Oh,
there.
yeah.
You can see
Yeah.
it's
It
coming
sticks in
down
there, yeah.
in there a bit.
Just put the building in stilts.
So
But
there's a,
when you're talking about those trees up in there, some of the ones around the pond are these bigger ones. The rest of that stuff is all brush and stick and goofy.
so I'm gonna say there might be a discrepancy between the tree preservation plan and the site plan that,
And just to be clear, John, this conservation easement idea isn't part of this plat to begin with.
it's part of the PUD, but it's intended not to be, it's intended to be approved as part of the phase 3 or
Phase
this
3,
apartment.
yeah,
So
okay, okay.
There's wiggle room to change it, is kind of what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Splendid.
The intent is that we're preserving trees through the conservation easement to provide integrity with the conservation PUD, but wiggle room that it could change when we get into more detail with phase 3. Okay,
There was a slide about a billboard,
yep.
but I don't see the billboard on every site plan represented. So can we talk a little bit more about the billboard purpose of
Yeah.
it?
Let me share one comment then tied to that for your openers. So billboard is a pre-existing, and it does not have its own legal description. So I come knocking on the door to seller, and I'm like, this is what we want to do. So they said, kind of right out of the gate, look, there's a billboard, and it has nothing to do with you. In other words, you're not going to have any part of it, but we're going to own the lease. So the purchase agreement that's in place right now, I'm buying all the land, which includes, if you will, the 6 feet where this thing comes down, bolting into the ground. But the lease, and anything to do with all of that is with the existing owner of the property. So,
Is that gonna be carved out via an easement if you're not platting it then? How is the owner gonna retain the lease if you don't do something?
I think it's, well, because in the contract, it's really just written that it's with like CBS Outdoor or
Yeah.
something like that.
I've read a lot of these leases. so-
Yeah, so it sort of says that, seller will retain rights to the lease, and we've got the lease identified and blah, blah, blah. And so it's basically all on them. They're not gonna, we're gonna own all that property underneath it. So I guess.
So you're gonna so if you're the owner of it, there's a legal
Yeah.
issue here that is with where I'm going with this is, does it need to be platted or does there need to be an easement? Because something needs
This
to
just
happen.
came up with John that
Okay.
I'm just aware of. I've been trying to, like, when I came in, I'm like, look, you guys can figure it all out. If it's there, Ben and I have designed around it, okay? Is it ideal? Of course not. A billboard sitting out in front, not perfect, but, I wanted the property, so.
What you're
you guys-
describing is the billboard should be platted separately if they're gonna retain ownership.
Yeah, or they,
So the intent of the code is that it's on its own property. Now, as a PUD, there's flexibility, like you can do whatever you want. So, I mean, it could be
Yeah.
an easement.
I don't think the easement's gonna work very good legally with the lease agreement. You're gonna find out and come right back to us that you need to have it platted, if that's what you're intending to do with
yeah,
this
I
purchase.
will say that there's another sign down at the bottom of our site, and it is triangular, it's platted, has its own PUD. So somehow that one got a PUD,
A plat, its own plat.
A PI, yeah,
Same
PID,
Yep.
excuse me.
Property
PID,
Property
not
ID.
PUD, there we go. So this one does not have anything. It's just, I got a CBS lease, it's made out to the seller, he's keeping all of it, and blah, 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 and I'm
Yeah,
buying
I think
all
you
of
got
it,
some
so-
work to figure out there, how to make him be able to keep it all. And for the purposes of tonight, I think we could keep our focus on whether the billboard should stay or go, and that's his problem to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, have you tried to buy it to get rid of it so it's not in front of your beautiful apartment buildings? Because honestly, it's
As the
a
architect, I'm
really nicely designed apartment building. Like, I'd hate to see this thing in
spot.
front of it.
We've done,
Yeah.
all of it, the whole way down.
What's the remaining term on the lease?
I believe 28.
With
So
renewal
it's
options,
on-
probably.
I think they've got to renew and whatnot, but, yeah, it's a touchy subject for me.
I personally don't really think it's the end of the world to have a billboard there.
it doesn't really hurt anything other than it looks ugly. It
Right.
does create a little
Yeah.
extra tax
I mean,
base.
move
to
it
the-
50 feet
It does
down.
create a little extra bit of tax base to the city too, so.
Blocks the Quick Trip sign for the residents.
Right. I mean, it's, so I'm okay. I
For your
personally am
viewing
okay with the
pleasure,
billboard.
we have that after that.
So it sounds like everyone here would be okay if it went away,
Yeah.
but that's not an easy, it's not an easy to think, easy.
I'm okay with it staying too.
But-
I think the project will be okay and still be successful with it there. I mean, I agree it'd be prettier if it was gone.
Build around it and take it down when you have the chance.
Yeah, I don't have any, I mean, I'm good with whatever you choose on that.
Yeah, I don't have any more questions for the applicant.
No, I'm totally fine with the trees and shrubs too, I think.
I would prefer more trees than shrubs.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, I'm okay with the trees coming down with the tree preservation. I think that we've got enough challenges here with the wetlands, floodplains, that it's just, if you
It's a
want to
hard
see
site.
development here and that's what we
Yeah.
did, it's gonna happen.
Well, in my mind, this is the best way to get development without too much development.
Yep.
Because you've preserved so much of the, like, I really appreciate how much of the open space and the green space and the trees and the wetlands you're preserving. To me,
Yeah.
it's the best of both worlds.
And I think our landscaping code is a little onerous with how it got structured, in particular when you're dealing with large parcels, so I'm okay with the landscaping. I'm also aware the applicant's asking for some public assistance in the sense that there obviously is some feasibility concerns. I really hope the applicant can figure out other ways to solve those feasibility concerns than asking the city. But if we keep adding cost to it by adding a higher landscaping requirement, we're not helping there either. So I'm completely fine with that. Last thing is parking. I think it's gonna be just fine with the parking that the applicants proposed. I think our code's onerous. They got 345 stalls for 180 units, but I don't really focus on the units. I counted up the bedrooms. There's 267 bedrooms. 345 stalls for 267 bedrooms is gonna be more than adequate for market standards. And that includes guest parking, and it's gonna be more than adequate.
Right.
Younger people are getting less vehicles anyway, because they can't afford them.
Staff's comment on the trail sidewalk, I guess with the meandering.
Oh.
I understand what you're saying. I guess I'm against it because I just don't want to add more costs to the project if they're already asking for public assistance. I think the project has enough trails with the Three River Park Trail coming through that it'll help. I just don't want to add more costs to this project.
Are you talking about a trail up?
I'll let John explain
Yeah,
what
so
he's talking about.
thank you for mentioning that, because I totally skipped over it. I had to find a better drawing here. Not gonna find one. So the intention here is to try to, so that there's a regional trail that goes along the west side, there's a sidewalk that goes along the east side. I guess my intention in that comment is that, when you go for a walk, typically you're looking to walk in a loop rather than just a straight line from one side of the street to the other one. So the intention here is to have an internal sidewalk that connects each of the project areas from, say, the south, the middle, and the commercial area, or maybe not the commercial area. Just that you're providing an interest, you're not just walking along the street, you're walking through the woods and over the hill.
I follow what you're saying. I think if I'm going for a walk, though, I'm walking down the Three Rivers Trail, and then I'll double back.
I think based on what I'm seeing in the rendering, at least in this building, there is a sidewalk around the one building.
There is, yes.
So I think as far as tonight goes, it's got that, John?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'll ask it 'cause I know it's right on.
I guess, Darren, to your point on parking, I'd rather be slightly overparked here with snow storage and other things that may come up.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of even going further, yeah,
I mean,
so
slightly
345
overparked from
seems
here.
like it's more than enough that we don't need to go lower.
We don't need to go,
Yeah.
yeah, well, we don't need to go to our required either.
Correct. Just wanted to compliment you. I tour and walk through a lot of apartments. I like the renderings. Hopefully it turns out as good as it looks.
Yes, thank you.
I like the unit mix too. I think it'll be a good unit mix for this area.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments?
I'm going to leave this open to some more discussion, but I'm going to make a motion to recommend approval of the zoning plan amendment, the comprehensive plan amendment to bring it in the current staging, the planned unit development, the site plan, and the preliminary plat of the Parkway neighborhood.
I have one more. Oh, any sec, you want a second?
No, yeah, I'll second that.
I have one, we have a motion and a second. I do have one more question / comment that I forgot to bring up. So this is one of the last areas in Dayton that's residential, that's in the Osseo School District. Osceo's building a new school near here and elementary school. I envision this is gonna have some families in it, busing and bus turnaround and all that things. Just something to think about with the Rush Creek Boulevard of, is there adequate room for a bus to turn around at that cul-de-sac and
Right.
The
like-
bottom cul-de-sac, yeah, I mean, that's a full standard.
gotta be enough for a fire truck,
cul-de-sac.
too.
Yeah, so that,
Plow
just
truck
looking
can
at
turn around
it,
there.
just looking at it without seeing, that was just my comment, question.
Right. No, it's a great question, and zero part of me wants to build a road that can't make a bus do really well, because we're gonna have all, there's
We're gonna have
definitely
lots
gonna
of
be
kids
kids and
through here, so.
school busing, and so, is it right, the bus can?
Yeah, I mean, it's sized for fire truck as well.
So then
So I
yeah.
presume they make
Right.
a mix amount of movement, but
Alright.
we can look at it too, just to make sure it's not a awkward movement, if it's a daily thing versus a fire truck, it just,
Right.
you kinda gotta count for once a
That's
year.
more, it's gonna be a daily thing, so.
You know, it's a good comment, we'll take a look at that, it wouldn't be difficult to add a little more radius if needed.
All right, we have a motion.
And Peter, before you put this to vote, I just want to add one comment, is that most of the apartment buildings I go through that are Class A buildings all have electric vehicle charging stations in their garages. So,
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
A question. So with the preliminary plat and the site plan, there are conditions of approval, so I just want to make sure I'm clear that if we're changing anything. So with the preliminary plat, condition 1 is to revise the plan to comply with the city engineer's letter, and that's just kind of a standard condition. Condition 2, and I hadn't mentioned this before, is in regard to an emergency access. Need a bigger map.
Is this
Much
the
bigger
road on the
map.
south, John?
they got two options, correct?
Well, I don't have a great map. There's really one option. So, this is a long dead-end road. So there's a story with this. So there's an existing farm access road that comes through here that connects Brockton to the cul-de-sac. However, there's two issues with that. One is that the road is below the floodplain elevation. So if it floods, you can't get there. Two is we're not confident that the culvert that crosses Rush Creek will support a fire engine. So what we have with the Dayton Creek addition is an emergency access from the cul-de-sac that's over here to Brockton. Whoever builds first, whether it's this project or Dayton Creek, it will be required to build that emergency access to Brockton. I don't know who will.
Or maybe they can get together and talk about it and come up with something reasonable too, but I'm okay with the condition that someone needs to, whoever builds it needs to figure out how to make it happen.
Yes.
Whoever goes first needs to figure out how to make it happen.
Yes. Condition 3 is that the final plat has to be recorded within a year, submitted within a year. That's just standard within the code. Condition 4 in regard is to record a conservation easement on Outlot B of the wooded area. What we don't know is if that area over here is going to change with, if the layout of the apartment buildings here will change the layout or the I'll call it the dimension or the area of the conservation easement. So
I personally would strike that condition in my motion from a standpoint that I think that's better addressed with the next plat.
Okay.
So we don't pigeonhole ourselves right now.
So strike that condition entirely. And then condition 5 is that the developer construct a trailhead with the development of Outlot A.
I need more information on that.
Okay. So as this is the, I'll call it the intersection of two regional trails, and I don't have a good drawing on the PowerPoint or on the slides. There is one in the staff report. The intention here is to have a trailhead, public trailhead, somewhere close to this intersection. And we've looked at,
And we're asking the developer to build that?
to build the, yes.
I'd strike, my opinion is strike that condition. This project already has feasibility issues. Let's get one of these buildings underway and deal with that in the future.
Okay.
Well, it also seems odd to do it now when we're not talking about that.
Correct.
Like, we're not talking about that outlet at all.
Nope, the idea is to,
There's a
I'm
lot
gonna
of
say
complexity
memorialize it whenever we get to developing Lot A.
And I think there's a huge bet, I mean, I get it, what we're doing, but we're also collecting park dedication fees, so if a city really wants it, that's how we need to spend our money. Or if Three Rivers really wants it, that's how they need to spend their money. When developments have feasibility issues, we can't keep asking for stuff like that if we want to see something happen.
With the site plan review, before I forget, so condition one is that the building is going to be built consistent with the plans that were in the packet. And then question, this wasn't added as a condition, but the question of whether the EV charging stations would be allowed inside the apartment building.
I'd strike that condition, that they
Okay.
can be, or they can be. Let them decide.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe
Okay,
they have to
I'm-
pay higher
I'm
insurance
clear.
because of it too.
Very true, yeah.
All right,
Yep.
we have a motion and a second. Conditions have been read. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you so much.
All right, moving on. 2
Yeah, thanks.
2 more to go.
2 hours behind schedule, but we're gonna,
One more to go, right? Or two?
There's two.
item 8E, recommendation for approval for zoning map amendment
There's 3 more to go.
for preliminary plat of Territorial Grove, Pulte neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to get bearing straight, this is the northwest intersection of Territorial Road and East French Lake Road. What's being applied for, and I've got names wrong on here. I apologize for that. So we have Territorial Grove, which consists of 42, or the proposal is 42 single-family homes within the R3 district. So this is a zoning map amendment to rezone it from A1 agricultural to R3 residential, as well as preliminary plat for 42 single-family lots. And we have a fabulous presentation that I'm going to let the developer get into. Complications with this project, just to mention, is that there is a pipeline easement that cuts through the property diagonally right around here. So you can kind of see it through territorial trails through here. Generally speaking, the way that the developer is treating this is it becomes a trail corridor, and so you make a challenge into an amenity. But before I get into it too much, I want to have the developer present the slides for this. If the chair is okay with it.
Yes.
Yes.
Say yes.
Okay.
Starting to sleep over here.
Okay.
I was studying the plat.
I'll vouch for you. Studying the maps.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm Dean Lauder. I'm the Director of Land Planning and Entitlement with Pulte Homes here in Minnesota. Our address is 1650 West 82nd Street, Suite 300, Bloomington, Minnesota. With me is Paul Hoyer. He is also with our Land Planning and Entitlement group. So is there a way you'd like me to advance?
Just go next.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yep.
We were here before you a few months back, as you will recall, and we presented our concept plan. There isn't a whole lot that's dramatically changed, but we have made some changes based on the feedback that we received through that process. I think as John was about to elaborate on, though, if I could, just kind of draw your attention to the gas main that is kind of running diagonally northwest to southeast through the site. You've, of course, got East French Lake Road, which is a local road on the east boundary. You have an existing neighborhood to the west and the north. And then, of course, you've got Territorial Road to the south. So those are all the constraining features of the site that we've developed around as best as we possibly could. So feedback that we received, we had a tot lot that was shown on the plan. It was more of a placeholder than anything, but we did receive comment about wanting to have a feature that was applicable to an array of ages. And so we're thinking we would program a pickleball court there, something to that effect. People are super excited about pickleball, and we think it would be a great fit for the community. The homes in Territorial Grove will complement the existing Territorial Trail neighborhood. We have that trail connectivity that we've worked through with staff and responded to in feedback. We have that private amenity. There's some open space, and we're, of course, also contributing our park dedication fees. And then we would also provide a lit monument. I think in your packet, maybe there was a box that needed to be checked, and that was an intention we've always had, is to provide a nice entrance monument. We do have enhanced perimeter landscaping. I'm sorry, this particular depiction is more of an engineered drawing, and it doesn't show that, but we do have a rendering that shows the landscaping that we've submitted. Our homes will comply with your architectural performance standards and your code. And one of the things we heard also through the public hearing process, some of the residents in the existing Territorial Trail, they inquired as to whether our HOA would be a standalone or willing to join the existing, and of course we're very willing to do that. We've waited to formally engage in that process, though, until we've gotten kind of close to the point that we're at now, where we're just about to go forward through Planning Commission and then on to Council. Could you advance the slide, please, John?
Yep, sorry.
So we do have some requests that we would like to make to you tonight with regards to our site plan, and that is we would like to keep the access point to East French Lake Road. As I mentioned, that is a local road, and oftentimes you have distance concerns between access points, like the existing Territorial Trail access point to the north and then what we're proposing. But this does allow us to kind of maximize the development and make it as efficient as possible. Again, this is a tough site. It's small, and the constraints previously discussed make it difficult to be successful. Keeping that access point would help us do that. And so that's one request that we have. The other request that we would ask for your consideration is when we originally talked about the exception parcel, is there a way you could possibly put your mouse on the Olson? Yep. There you go, the Olson property. So the request initially was, can we keep that access? The owner is interested in keeping that access to Territorial Trail. And the effort at the time was just show that it's possible to make the connection to the cul-de-sac. And we showed that, but now we know more. We didn't have our stormwater calculations done at the time, and in order to comply with all the rules that we need to with how we manage our stormwater, the shape of that pond between the Olson house and in between, I should say, the Olson house and the cul-de-sac in the southeast corner has needed to be enlarged and changed, and it makes it challenging to get that driveway over to the cul-de-sac. There's an additional element there that's difficult to explain, but there is a ditch that kind of runs just to the west of where that stormwater pond is. It comes down from some of the lots north of the Olson property and runs under Territorial Road. That is yet to be determined by the Corps of Engineers as to whether it's a jurisdictional ditch or not. And even as late as today, I received an email from them that their questions seem to be suggesting it will become jurisdictional. That would also complicate connecting that driveway into the proposed development. And one final thought I asked the commission to consider is Territorial Road is a minor collector, and it currently has 500 trips a day. It's definitely a practice to not allow driveway access on major collectors, but not so much the case on minor collectors. And we just asked for consideration there that the existing driveway connection to Territorial be allowed to exist. I'm just going to ask my colleague, did I miss any points to make about the roads?
No, and I should state that I was supposed to be the one giving the presentation, and Dean attended another planning commission meeting, and this one was so late, thank God, that he's able to make two in one evening.
He just couldn't resist leaving either.
Wow.
So, and I wanted to keep this brief because I saw the agenda, and I'm sure that you appreciate the brevity.
A question for staff, Jason, probably. Can you share some thoughts on Territorial Road, traffic volumes, future traffic volumes, and the idea of the curb cut on it, just so we can put it in perspective?
Well, wait, before you ask that question, let's also just understand, do you currently have control of that parcel?
Part of it's under contract with this plat.
So, the exception property?
Yeah.
So this is part of this is a much larger property than what's shown on here.
Okay, that's what I wanted to understand, so just.
Yeah, the seller is willing to sell off the back half, so.
We're buying a portion of the existing.
That's what I wanted to clarify.
Yes, sir.
Before we.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, that'd be,
we gave him time too.
Territorial is a busier road. It is a collector. I mean, just general practice, we'd like to see as many connections severed as possible. So we would follow that guideline. I mean, for it to continue to exist there, it exists today. I don't foresee it being an issue. I was just looking up the counts here. It looks like maybe, 2,000, which seems low. Actually, that is low. That's the wrong number. We don't have a projected count on that in the 2040 count, so I don't know what it would be. Looks like the most recent count seems to be about 1,700 vehicles. That's closer to 81, so it's actually probably a little lower than that, because that's some of the local traffic going out to 81, but maybe in the 1,000 vehicle range would be about the.
How about East French Lake Road, since you're looking at it?
Even less so, about the same count. There's actually a counter right by it in 2023, 1,100 vehicles on that one, so it's about the same number of vehicles. I'd say generally the same function. It's going to be neighborhood collector long-term. It'll never be a huge thoroughfare. It won't be an arterial. But the goal would be to limit connections as is practical.
Right. Jason, what did paving Zanzibar do to that? Or what would you think it would do to that?
What was the change going from gravel?
Yeah.
I can see if there's been any more recent counts. 2022, there was 288 cars. When did we pave that? Paved it in 23, I think. So we don't have a post-paving count on it.
I'm just wondering if we would have a clue what that did to that traffic on East French. Because now that seems like it might be another path down.
So, the rest of the commission members, I see this as understanding, one is how to deal with the home with the driveway. The options is to let them have the driveway into perpetuity, because it's going to be there forever. Or the other option is to say, no, you got to connect it, which obviously is going to change the plat, might even kill the dill. But ultimately, this owner is benefiting from selling the back half of their lot on top of it. So, the other thing is Dean could push back on the property owner and say, either you got to sell us everything, and I don't know if that's the right answer, but those are the options. And the other option is dealing with the road on East French Lake Road. I get staff's concern about the curb cuts being too close, but that's what I was like, well, what are we really expecting for traffic? And on the east side of French Lake Road, I know we got it guided for low density development, but it's only 300 feet of depth between the road and the wetland.
it's gonna be really hard to maybe develop that with anything but access points on East French Lake Road. So then I'm less concerned about, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'd be less concerned about having two accesses close together if we're kind of committing to try to keep this road lower traffic and there's gonna be driveways along it.
Sure, I would agree it can be tolerated. To be honest, our preference would be to not even have the connection.
Yeah, correct.
Thinking that they can use the two internals and it's not a
Yeah.
large detour to it. If there's benefit or reason to have it, it's.
Can you pull the plat back
not
up
as
quick,
critical
John?
as-
Question for Dean. So, I'm just gonna, the lot on the south end of your connector. So I know staff had some iterations going on where it looked like you'd lose 2 or 3 lots if you executed that. And Peter, this would be a good one for you too. Could you turn this into a cul-de-sac where you lose 1 lot? I get you don't want to lose a lot, but is that an option?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Do I have that? No, I don't have
In
that slide.
in the packet, you
packet,
had
there's there,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, we've looked at various iterations just because the conversation has kind of meandered a bit. If we put in what's called an eyebrow cul-de-sac there, we lose a lot.
So I think worst case scenario versus the stuff that was in the planning package, it's probably 1 lot. If that's the route of going, say, and no access to the road. It seems like, because, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, that's what I'm trying to think of. And by the way, when I think your lot lists, what are they on average, 60-ish, 65?
65.
They're actually, I believe, 67.
Yeah, so you're meeting a lot of our requirements there, so I'm like, if they were all 50-foot lots, they'd be like, get rid of a lot.
Yes.
But, so that's where I'm at, and so I guess that's where I'm at. I'd be curious to see what your guys' feedback is on how to approach this too.
I guess my preference would be, I get the eyebrow and the losing the lot from a spacing standpoint and the use of the easement. My preference would be to shift the connection there somehow, but I get it.
You mean move this intersection down?
Try to get it somewhere in there. I get it from your guys' standpoint too.
Is that just getting too close to Territorial then, though?
I think the issue is that they lose more lots when they do that.
They would lose lots doing that.
More than one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would prefer, if I lived in that neighborhood, I would prefer a connection to either Territorial or to French Lake, and it's almost got to be off French Lake unless you can squeeze it in on right where that pond is coming off, and I think Territorial is going to get busier. I don't think French Lake is going to get that much busier.
It's one of those things, if this was developed at the same time developments in the north was, you'd never put 2 access points that close to each other, right? So because they're being developed at different times, does that change the philosophy?
I think that sums up Dayton, meaning with all the 10, 20 acre lots, this is the type of stuff we're gonna see a lot. You
Yeah.
have to make tough decisions on, and I'm not saying one's right or wrong, it's just, they're the tough decisions we're gonna have to make.
May I speak, Mr. Chair, to your suggestion about moving the access point to the north of the gas main? That imperils the project, basically, because we lose 5 lots as a result of doing that.
Because you'd have to make somewhat of a cul-de-sac up there, or
It would swoop that down, and there would be a cul-de-sac, like an eyebrow sac also.
Yeah.
And in order to make a good connection with appropriate lines of sight at the East French Lake intersection, that's difficult to do.
or it loses one if you did more like what Darren was talking about initially.
Just
The
you lose
eyebrow.
the one lot and do.
Yeah, but and then have a T at that. I guess where I was going with the comments is I think from a traffic flow of this neighborhood, it needs a second connection, be it on Territorial or French Lake, for the size of this neighborhood and what it is. I mean, we just talked about that other neighborhood.
In Champlain?
Well, no, the apartment neighborhood.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
adding a fire access. I mean, this one is tough to get, this one's somewhat tough to drive and figure out where you are if you don't know where it is.
It's got a
By
lot of
design.
curves.
By design, and
Got a lot of curves.
and that's why I'm saying it does need a second. Right now, we only have 2 access points to it.
Yes.
For how many homes are there and how windy it is to get through it. I think it.
I'm not against the second access point, but I will say that where this one's located, it doesn't accomplish as much as maybe desired, because they're so, everything's right together, but I get what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, ideally, it would be
But
right
I-
in line with the east-west road
Right.
in the middle, but
But they're gonna draw different homes.
yeah.
Like that bottom one, even though it's so close to the top one, is going to be drawing all the homes from the
Right.
new part. The top one
Yeah.
will continue to draw from like
The old.
the old. Like, yes,
Yeah.
I realize they're physically close on the road, but they're not drawing from the two. Like, if you think of it like water, right? Like,
Yeah.
there are 2 different pools of water going out.
Well, if any of the neighbors on that road just to the north were here, they'd say, put the second axis in, because they don't want all that traffic going through their street.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm okay with the having the East French Lick Road access point.
I'd rather it there than Territorial. Territorial's
Well, yeah.
we've got
Yeah.
issues.
No, yeah, I just, from the standpoint of,
Yeah.
of the neighborhood, I think it needs to be one of the 2, and
And I guess the biggest reason I'm okay with it too is we don't anticipate traffic counts being crazy. We also, east side of French Lake Road is not gonna be heavily developed because you only have 300 feet between the road and wetlands.
Yep.
Yeah.
As far as the driveway access goes, to me, it's kind of like, do you want the project or not? Because it's kind of an all or nothing, meaning, I get where they're saying we can't put a driveway in.
That's super
And
wooded.
it's basically the what if would be, and obviously this owner wants to keep their home, I'm not trying to force them out, but they're selling the back half of their lot. The question I guess I would have the dean is, if they were to sell their whole lot, how would you develop this differently if they were selling the whole lot? Pull another cul-de-sac in?
Mr. Chair, perhaps, again, a complicating factor is that ditch and whether it's determined to be jurisdictional or not by the Corps, which we are hoping to get clarity out of them on that.
Is the ditch on the north side of the pool or something, or where's that ditch?
Can I approach the screen? Just to
Yes.
kind of show, thank you.
Let's go in the courtroom.
Your Honor.
So there's a portion of it that is up here in this lot. You're allowed to affect about 150 feet as a de minimis impact. That ditch runs through the exception parcel up here. And it actually comes down and wants to drain just as it's showing here. This storm pond configuration, as a result, we're actually trying to redesign to not affect any of that ditch down here because we're fully expecting the Corps to declare jurisdiction. So my point of bringing that up is even adding a second house in here likely would impact that ditch. And if the Corps was aware of that, I don't think that that would be allowed. So it's a little bit of an unknown, but it's something we're seeing more and more and more on our development sites where we have any kind of what's called a tributary, any kind of a ditch. It probably functioned more like that prior to Territorial Trail existing, but once that neighborhood was built, all the stormwater management that was engineered and designed on that site very likely took away the water that used to flow through there. It doesn't matter to the Corps, as crazy as that sounds.
Well, and I think, Darren, to your point of earlier comment of like, as relation to that driveway, is this is a great example of when Territorial Trail went in, we should have provided a driveway easement in that cul-de-sac to this property and not the other way around. Now we're going all the way across the property. We're going all the way, we're taking away less land that is usable in other fashions. And it's just a lesson for us up here. And now we're kind of stuck with.
Is this an option? I don't know if there's room to slide.
How the house is
houses over.
orientated, he might as well just sell the house and scrape it if that was the option. so.
And you have 4 houses now with a driveway in their backyard that are relatively new. I think we missed the opportunity to take that last parcel on the cul-de-sac and put the driveway easement there.
Yeah, I agree.
And we should have thought about that then. None of us were up here at that point, so bridge over the water, or water over the bridge, but.
I mean, I'm okay with the curb cut on Territorial Road, because I think it, but, I mean, you understand that we're all trying to solve ways to get it off, but it just doesn't seem
How,
practical, even if you were to buy the whole site, there's gonna be challenges.
how big is that, remaining parcel, just?
The exception,
Yeah.
do you know how big?
Yeah, I can guess.
I did, but I'm sorry, it's escaping me at this moment, Mr. Chair.
If it cuts, are they taking down the shed behind the pool? It looks like they are.
Yes.
It's 4.7 acres right now, so.
I guess where I'm
Over
going
half
with
of
it.
the lot.
Just over 2 acres.
So,
2.25.
where I'm going with it is
60,000 square feet.
likely if this were to redevelop in the future, it's 2 homes with 1 curb cut off of Territorial.
One shared driveway,
Yeah,
Shed.
or maybe a row of, quads or something. Like, if this were to redevelop from what it is today, are we okay with that? And I think that's, the answer I have is yes.
Yeah, if the property owner's listening, or listens to this, I would tell him that it probably never will be redeveloped with this decision he's making. Not that we're against it, it's just the feasibility and economics of it are what they are.
Well, plus there's the
That's not a bad thing.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying,
jurisdictional
so they're aware of that
Yeah.
consequence. And
We don't need a house on every square inch of land.
Yep. The only other comment I had as it related to a few of the lots next to the gas line easement, up to you guys on how you want to deal with your land, but in the Lennar neighborhood, they put it right in the lot, made bigger lots for the people. Something to consider.
Okay.
We did have a comment from the gas company that asking if this lot could be reconfigured so it's more wider than it is depth. I don't know how that works for the house, well, it doesn't work for the house layout. The gas company's concern was that the whole backyard was within the gas easement.
which doesn't really impact the gas company, it more impacts the property owner. And if they
Oh,
put
yeah.
something there, they could be out of luck.
Yeah. We would have restrictions on those lots, of course, and they would sign disclaimers along, when they would close, that they would acknowledge they can't build in the
The
easement.
swimming pool in the backyard there.
Or if you put a,
Do anything.
No.
Not even put in an accessory building.
you could put a shed up, but you'd be at your risk if they had to
Yeah.
come in and do something. It was-
And then the only other related comment to that one, at least what's in the drawings, is that one just south of the easement that backs up to French Lake. If you were to flip that driveway, you could actually snug it up closer because of the way the building pad is, but that's semantics is what we're talking about. I just noticed that when they did my neighborhood over in the Lennar development, they ran the jagged edges, so you can't ever expand the house pad from what Lennar put in, but
I see.
maximize your footprints and all that stuff, so.
You're not saying Lennar's better than Pulte right now, are you?
No,
I hope
No.
not. Just kidding, guys.
Appreciate that.
no, just helping, looking for them to
Yeah.
make an extra buck on a lot.
I'm good. I think we leave
This
the,
is a public hearing.
Yes.
All right. 11:04, we will open the public hearing. Any further discussion up here?
I think Scott's got a question.
Scott's got a question.
he's here, might as well talk,
Exactly.
do it up.
The all-way stop at Territorial. I got it in my notes.
Yeah, I'm just going to reiterate that, especially because Territorial, or I'm sorry, East French Lake Road, as it comes south to Territorial, it drops quite a bit. And right now, the problem is at the elevation to the west, you can't see down Territorial.
Right.
Especially if you're trying to teach one of your 6 kids to drive and you're supposed to stop at the stoplight, or stop sign. and it's 20 feet back from where you can even see. So I always had to teach them to, creep down and peek out and hope you don't get hit. So if, I'm assuming that the elevation there will still be quite high. I don't think you're going to make that road drop off down towards Territorial. And it doesn't look like there's a lot of room to cut the grade back beyond the south lot. So I would just emphasize again, I think it'd be a really good idea to have a three-way stop at Territorial and East French Lake Road.
I should know this, but is Territorial a city or county road?
City.
City road.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So who makes the decision on putting stop signs on city roads?
City engineers.
City engineers.
Yep. Jason, can you
suggestions,
expand
council
on
ultimately.
engineering study or what goes on to?
Or how about this? Instead of expanding on that, Jason, can you look at some sort of traffic control there because it is a bad and blind intersection
We
today?
can, there's guidance. It's a terrible sight lines on the northwest corner. That will be corrected with the project. That grading will come down. The roads themselves won't change, certainly not dramatically, if at all. But that corner will be brought down. There'll be either a trail constructed or at least left in a condition where a trail can be constructed. I don't know what the final requirement will be, but that grade will come down and those sight lines will open up with the project.
And I do know, like today with the sightlines, the overgrowth is well into, I think, our right of way as a city.
That corner's tight. It's terrible. Yeah.
So I don't know if there's something we can do in the interim to help, but.
Based upon, I believe there's consensus up here regarding the driveway, not requiring a driveway easement and leaving essentially approving the plat as is, I'm going to make a motion to approve the preliminary plat. John, you got to help me out here. What are we all approving here?
Zoning map amendment and preliminary plat.
I'll make a motion to approve the zoning plat amendment to R3 zoning and the preliminary plat as presented by the applicant.
We have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Oh. And with that, we will close the public hearing at 11:07.
Thank you back there.
Thanks, Chris.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks for sticking around, guys.
Thank you. I'm going to make a motion to table items F and G.
Second.
So I'll add to that, there's specific to the, what are we calling this?
What's that?
Cannabis. I'm thinking caribou, and I'm thinking other things, so yes, it's late. The city council has adopted a moratorium on the cannabis that expires the end of this year. January 1st, there's new state regulations that take place, and so a decision needs to be made before the end of this year. We have time to table this till December, but that is all the time that we have.
How is the December agenda looking, just so?
It's light compared to tonight.
Perfect. Then we're going to I'm going to continue with my suggestion.
We have a motion to, we have a motion to table these two items.
I seconded it.
And a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion is passed. Items are tabled.
That's it.
New business?
It says none.
None. Notice and announcements?
Yes. So the next planning commission meeting is December 5th, which coincides with Dayton.
So we should have a good turnout.
Yeah, we should. You're
Can
not
watch the
gonna
light
find a
parade
place
and then
to
come to a
park
planning
either.
commission meeting?
So I guess my question for the commission is, would you like to postpone this to, what's the date?
The 12th.
The
The 12th, yeah, December 12th.
I don't think that'll work for me.
What could you possibly have going on?
Hockey.
Oh.
Or Wednesday the 4th.
Or Wednesday, December 4th.
I can't do Wednesdays.
Wednesday would be fine for me, or the 12th.
teach.
The only thing that I'm thinking about with this,
Actually, the 12th would be okay right now.
the only thing I'm thinking about in connection to this being adopted by the end of January is that really the only city council meeting would be the 10th. And otherwise, this ordinance amendment, which I'm sure that, there's only there might be 8 days of overlap between when the year turns to when that first city council meeting is. That's fine, I just wanted to bring that up to let you guys know that the second meeting in December for the council is really more of a formal, open the meeting, approve the bills, and then they close it, and that's that. So, just to keep that in mind, I just wanted to bring that up.
Just to give you quick feedback, I read through most of the ordinance, and I thought it looked pretty good, so.
I appreciate that.
I'll second that.
So we're saying December 12th, though.
I can do the 12th, John.
Is the 5th avoiding the parade, is it for our sake or busyness, or what is it? Because
Well, so there's a few things. So with these two items they're public hearings. The public is not going to be able to get here from a practical standpoint.
On the 5th.
You'll likely be parking on the street and walking half a block.
Okay.
As will we.
Perfect. That's what I was curious about. All right.
If you wanted to do the 5th, I wouldn't advise it, but it's still a possibility, not practical at all. And I'm sorry, it's not the 12th, it's the 4th, Thursday the 4th.
It's the 12th.
It's the 12th.
Yeah, look at next month.
Do you need to go through council this year, or can that be January? You
Um,
don't have a second meeting.
If it went in January, we're taking a chance that someone's going to apply for a cannabis license and we don't have an ordinance to regulate.
I think we'll.
Yeah, we don't have enough.
The only.
We don't even have a retail location.
And the only good thing about that as well is that the state has to allow the local government 30 days to respond to zoning compliance. So really, I mean.
You want to go January, you can.
And technically, if an applicant came in, we could, I don't want to be a jerk, but we could table it.
Rule, or enact a 60-day extension.
I think there's a way we can deal with it, so.
Okay.
So at the next meeting, whatever that is, so we have the cannabis ordinance, we have the temporary sign ordinance, we'll also have a concept plan.
And one interim use permit renewal.
Right.
Possibly more, but we're also working on a new A3 agricultural district. But, that'll be a longer discussion, so it might be better for.
As you're working on a new ordinance, I know we suggested this earlier, but sometimes after you got it crafted, a work session might be
Yes.
more appropriate than just throwing it out in front of the public and us getting beat up without understanding some of the nuances that maybe we could work out in a work session.
When am I officially on the city council?
January.
Okay.
We get one more.
We have as part of notice and announcements, congratulations.
Thank you.
And we have a upcoming vacancy, so.
Yes. Not official yet. Okay, so back to the December meeting.
12th.
12th.
December 12th, okay. Looking ahead to the January 2nd planning commission meeting.
That won't be my problem.
Might still be.
Yeah, you might.
I mean, it will still be my problem,
If you're
but-
not sworn in yet, you could always come participate.
9th or 16th for me.
I'm fine with the 2nd. I mean, I'm around.
I'll be in Fargo.
That's too bad. Either one's fine. I got nothing going on in the winter.
Yeah, I'm good with the 9th or 16th.
Let's do the 9th then.
January 9th?
Yep.
Okay.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Aye.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Meeting is adjourned.